It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, July 5th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It has been a minute, as the kids like to say, since we last spoke. If you celebrate July 4th, hope you had a lovely and safe long weekend. If you celebrate July 1st, hope you had a lovely and safe Canada Day. We are in the thick of summertime, my favorite time of the year, my favorite month of the year, July, and what a time to be an MMA fan. International Fight Week is upon us. UFC 290, a mere 3 days away. Very excited to talk about all things IFW. And as I have said in the past, when we are off for a show or two, I do have that guilt. And I do like to come back with a bang. And I do believe, my friends, we are coming back with a bang. On this Wednesday, where we like to shoot, as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but the UFC as well. Please download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Let them know we sent you. How? Use the code THEMMAHOUR. That's the best way. If you're a first-time user, we appreciate their support very much. More on them later in the program. Speaking of later in the program, back end of the show, we'll talk about our picks for this weekend. And there's actually something that we didn't talk about that just occurred to me in this moment, and I'm pretty excited to bring it up. It just occurred to me. Something just occurred to me.
I think I know.
Do you know what it is?
The same thing. The international fight.
Yes, it just occurred to me in this moment. We didn't talk about this. Yes. We have to do the International Fight Week draft.
Got to do it.
Back into the show. Call up New York Rick. Oh my! In this moment, you just saw a light go off in my brain. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Cory Sandhagen. Big fight for him August 5th. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Jorge Masvidal. Big announcement from him earlier in the week. Stay tuned for more on that announcement. Prior to that, we'll do On the Nose. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Don Giacomo himself, Jack Della Maddalena, who, of course, is not fighting Sean Brady, but is still fighting at UFC 290. Prior to that, we'll be joined by the number one pound-for-pound fighter on the planet, the reigning defending UFC featherweight champion, the one and only Alex the Great Volkanovski. Of course, he headlines 290 against Yair Rodriguez. We have so much to discuss, but no time to waste, because kicking us off is the Hangman himself, the man whose face is on that skateboard right over there. Can we get that shot? Right there. There he is, Dan Hooker. He looks very different than he does in that picture. He's joining us from Las Vegas. Let's not keep him waiting. Dan, how are you?
Yeah, not bad. The curtain raiser. I'm the curtain raiser today.
Yeah, well, you're the guy who kind of like kicks us off. You're the one who's very busy. You got media day over there, so I appreciate you sneaking us in.
I get this party started.
Yeah, that's right. You're that kind of guy.
Well, I just come. It was funny. I just come from the press conference with everyone. But I can see Ash, who's my manager, who like booked in for the interview, is like standing in the background behind everyone, going 10. It's at 10, like wrap it up. So we wrapped up meeting, and they took me away, and I had to jump on because we can't miss the Helwani show.
I appreciate that very much. Can I ask you off the bat the question that everyone's talking about, so we can address it? The elephant in the room. Everyone's asking about it. Everyone's talking about it. How is the weather in Las Vegas? Is everything good? No, I'm just kidding. That wasn't the question. I'm fucking with you.
I was like, bro, I want to go, which elephant? There's a lot of elephants in my room, yes. Brother. I gotta ask which elephant.
Can we start with the hair? Why the change in the hairdo?
Nah, just complete like impulsive decision. Like it wasn't not too much thought went into it at all. I wish I had a cool story about it. Like I watch obviously a Dragon Ball Z fan, but can't say it was like a real inspiration. It was just change things up before the fight. I feel like this is like a fresh start, a new beginning. So you got to look the part, you know.
Why is this a fresh start? Why is this a new beginning?
I just feel like everything's coming together, like in my game and my training, and like I turned a big corner in the gym, and I just feel like everything's coming together now in terms of my experience, skill, and technique. So yeah, I'm just excited to get out there Saturday and just show everyone.
So you've been in this game for a very long time. You've been fighting a long time. Why do you turn a corner now? What has changed to lead you to believe that you are turning a corner now at this point?
Like, I've been working on things. I always felt like I got into the UFC like a little bit too early, or not the right amount of experience. Like, it was a little bit rushed, but it's obviously it's the UFC. You're not going to turn down an opportunity like that. And at the time, I was just like a hungry young kid, wanted to prove that I belong there. You just want to get out there. And then over the years, so I've had to grow and develop inside of the UFC against the world's best competition. And that's a tough test. So you want to learn a new system. You want to try something out. You want to, like, I've done a lot of different things over the years. Obviously, like, work my wrestling into my game, work my jiu-jitsu into my game, turning southpaw, becoming ambidextrous. Like, that obviously takes like a lot of time, and working on those things against guys like Paul Felder, working on things against like Dustin Poirier, against Islam Makhachev. It's a bit more difficult. Like, I think people forget the amount of experience. Like, a guy like Israel, he's had 100 kickboxing fights. Like, he's had a lot of time to experiment, a lot of time for his to practice and to become like a very complete fighter before he then transitioned to the UFC. So that's like advice for like young kids. It's like, don't be in too much of a rush to get into the UFC, because if you get in there, it's a very difficult place to refine your skill. It's a very difficult place to develop new techniques.
In retrospect, do you regret saying yes when you did? Do you wish you waited a little longer?
No way. It's been one heck of a ride. No, I definitely don't. Like, it's because I wouldn't be the fighter I am right now, and that level of experience can only come through the kind of adversity that I've been through. Like, if you hadn't had those lessons, like, that's like the crux of the position I am now, or like the beauty of the position that I am in now, is that because when you go out for a UFC fight, you have to convince yourself that you're invincible, for that moment in time. Like, you don't walk around the streets like thinking but for that 15 minutes, for that 25 minutes, you have to truly believe that you're unbeatable. That becomes a heck of a lot more difficult when you know you are, when you've been knocked out, when you've been choked unconscious, when you've been through all of these adversity things, when you're like a young undefeated kid, 15 and 0, 10 and 0, and you're coming in, you are unbeatable. No one has beaten you yet. It's very easy to go out there with that past experience and convince everyone that you're unbeatable, because you've never been beaten. You don't have any evidence to contrary your train of thought. But the position that I'm in now is that I can get myself to that point. I can believe that I'm unbeatable when I know that I'm not, which is a very difficult thing for people to understand.
Do you talk to someone about this, or do you kind of figure this out on your own?
No, like, I have a coach that I kind of bounce back and forth, or like I gain a lot from David Eagle back in New Zealand. That's like a bit of my mind, like my mental coach. Like, he's got a huge like martial arts background, and we're like, we learn a lot, and we discuss a lot, and we process a lot of ideas, and it gets me in a very good place.
So you mentioned the hair is part of the fresh start. What about the tattoos? I've seen that you have added.
Again, impulsive decisions. Like, people are like, you don't get tattoos that big off an impulse. Well, you can. I can get goaded into tattoos the same way I get goaded into fights. I got that into thing. I bet you won't tattoo your back, and I'm just like, oh yeah, you don't think I will? I'll show you. So I've got to keep a rein on that. I think we've done 30% of the body. I think another couple of impulsive decisions and we might be covered. So we'll have to slow it down a bit. What do you reckon?
Well, so you have the whole back tat, or most of the back, and then you also did the 2 legs, right?
Yeah, half my back. I got done Josh Kuhn in the Gold Coast. He's a very exciting fighter. Fights on Eternal. I think he's got a fight coming up. But he is like a friend of mine, training partner. And I was just coming back from UFC Perth, from watching UFC Perth. There was a cyclone hit New Zealand, so my flight got redirected.
Oh.
And I was like, I'll just go to the Gold Coast. And he goes, well, you're in town if you need anything. I think it was like offering like a coffee or we go out to dinner or something like that. I said, maybe a tattoo while I'm in town. 12 hours later, I got half my back covered. Same thing in New Zealand, get back. And the legs were supposed to be a little bit smaller, but my good old friend Rod says, well, I don't tattoo legs without tattooing feet. So it went the whole way up to the knee, down to the toe.
Which hurt the most? Which part?
Oh yeah, you can. Feet and ankles is there's a good reason not many people have have tattoos on their feet and ankles.
How long did it take for you to fully recover from that?
The aerial, not as long as I should. I gotta get a few touch ups because I was front. I think I got it Wednesday, and then I sparred Saturday, and I kicked a bit. I was throwing too many low kicks, and I kicked a bit of it off.
Oh my
God! I gotta get a bit of a touch up. So what? I took 2 days off training. Like it's not definitely not as long as I should.
And the leg tattoos are those? Forgive me for not like knowing the term, but like, is that something that has to do with New Zealand? The back seems like it's just something that has to. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like is personal to you, but it feels more cultural based. Is that the right way to put it? Am I right about this?
Yeah. So my right leg is Maori. It's called tamoko. That's like the indigenous people of New Zealand. And then I have like Maori blood in my heritage. So that's why I got the right leg done. And then my left leg is Celtic design. So that's like my Celtic heritage as well. So yeah, like knee down, it's just like a little shout out to my heritage.
We last saw you.
Well, no, maybe not little. Maybe
it's a pretty big damn shout out. Yeah, it's a pretty big damn shout out. I like it. It's cool. I just, to your point, I'd never seen it go all the way to like the ankle and then the foot. So I was curious about that. But it looks like a full like
Yeah, terrible idea. I would not recommend.
Was your wife upset when you did it?
No, she's got them too.
Oh,
she's got them too. I got my back. Yeah, I got my back done. So my wife was like, "Oh, we're getting tattoos," and so she got it. She got her chest done.
What?
She got like one of her legs done, or her whole thigh, and then she got like the top of her neck done as well. So the hookers are getting a bit carried away.
Like you guys are like Bonnie and Clyde, ride or dies. I love it. Together.
That's it, baby.
Last time I saw you was here in studio before the MSG fight against Claudio Puelles, and obviously you're very calm and relatively carefree, it seems like, from the outside looking in. But considering the two fights prior, how nervous were you going into that fight in retrospect, and how good did it feel to get the W and get back on track?
Yeah, well, like definitely a bit of relief, more so because of like all the hard work that I've put into it. But I feel like you've encouraged, like this is fighting. Like you're obviously not going to get the results you want every single time. Like anything can happen on the night. A few bad results on the trot does not. Yeah, like I knew within myself what I was capable of. So it's not like I was sitting at home like maybe I am shit. You know what I mean? Like I thought I knew within myself what I was capable of. So it was just like to go out there and to perform the way that you know you're capable of was, yeah, it was quite rewarding. I'm in a UFC security room.
Oh shit!
Things are going off now.
Are they coming after us? What's happening?
They're coming after you. If they find out I'm on air or Barney show, I think I might get I think I might get booted out of here, mate. What are you thinking?
Nah, come on. They love me. It's all a work. It's all a work. Don't fall for those tricks. They love me over there. They're giving you a special room just to talk to me. Who gets that kind of treatment?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
March.
It's a nice cover, though.
Oh no, it is. Yeah, it's a great cover. What happened in March? Why didn't this fight happen in March?
Broke my hand. So I was just wrestling. We were like doing some wrestling. I like posted on my teammate's hand, on my teammate's arm, like the way that I've done 20,000 times, and then like two fingers just bent all the way back and just snapped the bone in my hand. So it was just like something you've done every single day for the last 15 years. And it's just one of those things. Like I just put my hand out, snap, went and like just shot straight to the, I didn't shoot straight there. Like I went home. I'd convinced myself that I just dislocated my finger. I was like, nah, I've just dislocated my finger. So I like finished my training session, and then I was like sitting at home, and then I messaged my physio, Gabe, and I was like, yeah, I think I might have dislocated my finger. And he goes, oh yeah, where does it hurt? And I like pointed to the middle of my hand, and he's like, yeah, you can't dislocate the middle of your hand. He's like, you know what I mean? So I went and got an X-ray, and then like straight up, because it was like late at night in New Zealand. And then I went straight, like got the X-ray, and just the look on the lady's face, she's like, and I looked and she goes, oh, what do you got coming up? I said, oh, I got a fight in 2 weeks. And she goes, oh, I don't think so.
Oh,
but yeah, it's just one of those things. It was like 2 weeks before, like just finishing up camp, like it's the worst. But, you know, the extra time to prepare, always is a blessing in disguise.
How long did it take for that to fully heal?
Oh, it was back to training like straight away. Went over to Perth, had a good time watching the boys, watching Volk, and then just came back to New Zealand and got back to training. Just yeah, I've got 2 legs and another arm. Like you don't need everything for training. Like if you take time off from training every time you're injured, you're never gonna do any training.
Fair enough. By the way, speaking of that, that's a perfect transition. Thank you so much. I spoke to Alex Volkanovski on the Sunday here in America. Like the next day, we pre-taped the interview after the fight against Islam. And he made a sort of like offhanded comment, which at the time kind of went over my head. He was doing the interview in a hotel room, and I think he was talking to someone in the room about the weight situation. I wake up on the Monday morning, and Dan Hooker has dropped several atomic bombs on the MMA community. And I was like, oh, that's what he was referencing. It went over my head because I didn't know what he was talking about. Could I ask what led you to do that? And in retrospect, do you have any regrets about any of that?
Yeah, like I think I've said it. I think it's like out there that like whoever the nurse was got in touch with our team, and that was like going around our team, and we're like, oh, you know, Volker's just like the nicest guy in the world. You know what I mean? He's not gonna go there and say anything. It's like even like Eugene's and like thinking, oh, you know, how should we approach this? I said, hold my beer, boys. I'll show you how this is done. I know how to get the people going. Like, so I can't. There's definitely something there. You know what I mean? Just because you don't have like, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes or why it's not, why it didn't go any further. Maybe it didn't have like the evidence to get it over the line. You know what I mean? But that doesn't, where there's smoke, there's fire. It's, OJ Simpson's walking around. You know what I mean? Would you invite him to your family? Would you invite him to your family barbecue? Probably not.
Okay. So you believe that some funny business went down. You still believe that? Nothing has happened.
Oh, 100%. In my opinion, it was Islam Makhachev that took the Ivy. Like that's like my opinion. Do I think that it was like I feel like it potentially might have been like a genuine misunderstanding of the rules. Like we saw from like my outburst and then like USADA's clarification and then the backlash, like there's still a lot of like misunderstanding about the actual rule. Like I couldn't even tell you the actual rule. Like there, so USADA's like absolutely fine with it if you get a nurse to do it. But then like most commissions, it comes down to like the local commission. It's obviously not allowed in Australia. Like, but who knows how it says if you get the commission's approval, like how many commissions are approving IV usage or who's been given like I feel like there's still no real clarification around the topic. But yeah, like now in hindsight, do I believe it like was truly like a malicious cheating thing? I think it might have been just like a misunderstanding of the actual ruling, because it's quite unclear. Like if USADA says something's all right, like most people just think that that's all right then.
Other than Islam and his fans and his team, did anyone get mad at you for, like you said, hold my beer? But did the team say like, maybe you shouldn't have said so much? Did the UFC get mad? Did USADA get mad at you? Did you face any repercussions for
I can't say that. Like if I hadn't have said what I said, would anyone know that had transpired? Like
probably not.
Besides like dropping subliminal messages on the Helwani show, I don't think anyone would have known that would have gone down. So do I regret saying that? There's no way I. That's if you're facing my team, if you're competing against my team and you're doing anything untoward and I find out about it, I'm gonna put you on blast. Like that's not I'm incredibly defensive over my team. You can attack me all you want. You know what I mean? People can say whatever they want to say about me or do whatever they want to do about me. But it's if you go after my team, like I'm going to be the first one that's throwing a shot.
I love that. Much respect. And I'm just going to keep you for 2 more minutes. Thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. I know you talked about this in other media, but could you tell us on the show, why were you so offended when Ash recommended you fight Tony Ferguson? Why did that bother you so much?
Yeah, well, I didn't mean to offend him like that. I mean, like that's where they thought I was at. You know what I mean? Like, and that's I'm just feel like that was like my honest. Yeah, like that's like my honest reaction to it. You know what I mean? I try my best to whenever I'm doing an interview or talking to people or talking to the fans, it's like give my honest account of it or my honest reaction of things. And there's obviously pros and cons to that. It's like if I could go back in time and when I'm first in the UFC and just be like, don't say that, don't say that, don't say that, don't say that. Then you just sit there like a nonce. Like who wants to interview the guy that's just like, yeah, oh no, it's gonna be a good fight this weekend. Like, you know what I mean? That's like it's better. I think the fans actually enjoy it when you're like actually out there and honest. Like Tony doesn't want to get out there and fight contenders and work his way back into title contention. That's all that I meant. Like from the outside looking in, like Tony wants big money fights, only against like other experienced guys. Like he doesn't want to fight the young up and comers, that like the Jalin Turners of the division, the guys in the top 10 that are going to get him back towards the title. Like he doesn't want to get out there and compete against that. So it's like, is that a great fight? Like, yeah, Tony Ferguson's a great fight. Like, would I get? Is it a easier fight for more money? Yeah, it is, but it doesn't get me to where I want to go. Jalin Turner gets me to where I want to go. It's like that gets me back in the top 10. That gets me back in like a contender status, which is what I'm really after. Tony Ferguson doesn't get me that contender status.
And Jalin is a super duper prospect who is a very lanky, athletic, skilled fighter. Are you impressed with him?
Oh, very, very. He's an incredibly dangerous opponent. Like, there's a lot of respect there. Technically, everything. He ticks all the boxes. He is what he says he is. That's not why I think I'm going to beat him. I think I'm going to beat him because I'm better.
On the ground or on the feet? Where do you think you beat him?
Oh, wherever it goes, it's an MMA fight at the end of the day. You know what I mean? People are like, oh, 2 strikers. It's like, bro, this is MMA. If I can grab you, I'll grab you. If I can submit you, I'll submit you. If I can outstrike you, I'll outstrike you. Wherever the fight goes, I'm more than prepared.
Can't wait for it. Wish you all the best, Dan. Thank you so much for doing this. Good luck on Saturday. Love the hair, love the tats, love the answers. Keep it up, my friend. Thank you so much.
Appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
There he is, the one and only Dan Hooker. What a gent. Dan Hooker. Dan Hooker's turned into one of the best interviews in the game because, to his point, just doesn't care. Just says it like it is. Love the answer about, in retrospect, would he have put the whole, Islam thing on blast. Hold my beer, guys. Let me just do this real quick. You guys are sitting around wondering, should I not? Let me just put this on blast. What a guy. What an absolute gent. I enjoyed that very much. And I think the hair and the tats look very good. UFC 290 is a really fun card, as we talked about. There's a little something for everyone. Starting from the top, Alex Volkanovski against Yair Rodriguez should be a tremendous fight for the featherweight title, unification bout, if you will. Interim champ Yair going up against the undisputed king, Alex the Great, who's coming up in 5 minutes, by the way, so stay tuned for that. Always a treat to talk to the reigning defending 145-pound champion. There's a thing on my screen here. What is going on? Brandon Moreno is back, looking to snap his 2-fight losing streak to Alexandre Pantoja. He has lost twice to the Brazilian, once on The Ultimate Fighter, once in the UFC. The UFC loss was, at the time, his last fight in the UFC before he was let go. Ultimately, he came back, fulfilled his dream of becoming champion twice, and so he looks to snap that losing streak now as champ. I'm looking forward to that. How about Robert Whittaker against Dricus du Plessis? Massive fight at 185. UFC is returning to Sydney in September. Izzy has already said he's going to be there. It seems as though the winner of this fight would be in prime position to fight Izzy. But, I mean, that card is in 2 months. It doesn't happen often where a number one contender, turns around. Now, if Whittaker gets by relatively easily, I could see it happen if DDP gets by relatively easy. But I'll tell you what, Sean Strickland put a lot of pressure on these two guys, because if they go to a 15-minute war, so to speak, if they get banged up, if they get hurt, if they break a hand, whatever, Sean Strickland is the guy. And I would not be shocked if they just call his number and say, all right, you jump in there. Strickland did exactly what he had to do. He pulled that off perfectly. He needed a quick fight, and I know it went to the second round. I know the first round didn't look great for him. But overall, it seems like he's ready to go. He's game. He had the call out ready. He wants Izzy. They've got this perfect. They've got the backup. Izzy and Sydney is what they want. Now, because before we were lamenting the fact, you're killing off DDP if you put him up there against Whittaker. It's 2 months before the event. Now you got Strickland ready to go, waiting in the wings. I think if DDP beats Robert Whittaker, he deserves it. I think if Whittaker beats DDP, he deserves it. If those guys aren't ready to go for whatever reason, the winner of that fight isn't ready to go for whatever reason, I think you got to go with Sean Strickland. So that has now upped the stakes going into this fight. Dan Hooker versus Jalin Turner is just super fun. And how could you not love Dan Hooker for saying, yeah, I know you all want me to fight a Tony Ferguson who has the name, but maybe not the, the skills at this point, isn't exactly who he once was, Father Time, undefeated. He says, you know what? Give me the up-and-comer. Give me the stud. Give me the 28-year-old. You know what I mean? Give me that guy who, yes, is coming off a loss to Mateus Gamrot, but a split decision loss, super close, and prior to that was just, rolling through. And losing to Gamrot is nothing to scoff at. Give me that fight. How can you not love it? Bo Nickel was supposed to be on this card and is still on this card. He was supposed to fight Tracion Gore. I reported yesterday that Gore is out due to an injury. So they've signed Valentine Woodburn, who's 7-0, who represents Jamaica and the United States, trains out of Florida, and is making his UFC debut. So a tough spot. I mean, the guy's literally taking this fight on 3 days' notice. God bless him. I think Bo Nickel is a gigantic favorite going into the fight. A lot of people have been asking for Robbie Lawler and Nico Price to go on the main card. I say why. Robbie Lawler should have his retirement fight in front of the most amount of people possible, and that would be the headliner of the prelims. And so ruthless Robbie Lawler is going to call it a career, 29-16, after making his debut in MMA in April of 2001 against John Reed. Had his amateur debut in January of 2001, fought on Extreme Challenge 39, made his UFC debut against Aaron Riley at UFC 37 High Impact. Of course, he had some absolute bangers early on. We all remember the Nick Diaz loss. That was a very famous one. But, fought all over the place, ended up going to Icon, IFL, Elite XC, became champion there. Strikeforce had a good run there. Eventually came back as a different human being, it seemed like, in the UFC. was falling asleep at press conferences in Strikeforce. And I always bring that up because it felt very symbolic of the state of his career. It was just kind of like floating through, comes to the UFC, fights Josh Koscheck, and then goes on an insane run all the way to becoming champ. And so Robbie Lawler would call it a career against Nico Price. And I have no issues with that being the last fight on the prelims. Let that be the fight that, gets everyone ready for the pay-per-view, and let that be the fight that gets the most amount of viewers. Usually that spot gets the most amount of viewers. We were supposed to see JDM against Sean Brady. That's not happening. He's going to fight Josiah Harrell, and that's also on the prelims. And then there's a bunch of other fights. There's a ton of fights on this card. 14 in total. They've saved those 2. And so we'll see JDM, who we'll talk to in about 30 minutes, and we'll see Bo Nickel. But this whole card is being headlined by the number 1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world, the reigning defending UFC featherweight champion, the man who returns to 145 after that thrilling stint at 155 back in February. He drops back down to defend his title in a unification bout against El Pantera himself, Yair Rodriguez. He's back on International Fight Week, this time headlining it for the first time. He's your friend and mine, the pride of Australia, the great Alex Volkanovski. Here he is. The champ is in the house. Hello, Alex. How are you, my friend?
I'm very, very well, Ariel. How are you, mate?
I'm doing great. What's going on your face? What is this? Is this a cool thing what the kids do? What is that? Is that your belt? Oh, is that your belt?
Yeah, look at that. You know what I mean? It's good. I've got the Nelly. You're getting the Nelly vibes out there. You know what I mean? It's good and hard. You know what I mean? Nah, just a little scratch. Just looking after. Just obviously, don't want to get infected before the big fight.
By the way, if you would have told me it was a Nelly vibe thing, I would have believed you 100%. You didn't even have to tell me about the scratch. That's how honorable of a man I think you are.
Yeah, I don't think everyone else would believe that. You're not that gullible, are you, Ariel? What do you reckon?
Degree. When did you get that scratch?
Nothing here, a little scratch. I was just grappling with Craig Jones. You know what I mean? Like
the big boy.
He's got to cut his fingernails. Nah. Just like I said, just don't want it to get, because it was on the mats and stuff like that. The last thing I want is an infection before the weekend.
Sure. By the way,
we're trying to look after it.
Okay. By the way, I thought it was a bit of a dig, and I'm not trying to stir the pot here, but I did see that Yair has his own custom belt, and I was wondering, does Alex get his own custom belt too? What's going on here? Did you see that, and did you think the same?
Man, look, yeah. Where's my Australian custom-made belt? But no, it's all good. Like I said, let him enjoy it. I think it looks cool. But I'll as I've been saying, no disrespect to him, but I plan on going out there doing my thing. So let him enjoy it while it lasts.
Every time you hear people say Mexico has 3 champions and whatnot, does a part of you chuckle inside?
Interim champion, an interim champ. So let him have it. It's all right. Okay. Like I said, as I'm saying as well, let him enjoy it while it lasts. I don't want to, me. I'm not going to throw any disrespect, but everyone knows I'm the real champ, and I don't need to care about anything else.
Last time we saw you fight was at 155. Now having to do the cut, you're 2 days away from the weigh-ins. Are you dreaming of those 155 days? Are you like, man, this was a lot more enjoyable when I was fighting at lightweight a couple months ago?
No, it's not too bad. To be honest, I still did the cut. We just made sure I was that little bit heavier going into fight week last time. So I still did the cut. And I wanted to do that even in the lightweight fight. Just to, again, this is a process. This is a part of fight week. Talking to you guys, this is what we do. This is what, this reminds me of last, July, International Fight Week, doing all this stuff here in Vegas, cutting weight, everything. It reminds me. We're here to do work. I'm away from my family, sacrificing a lot of things, putting myself through hell fight week so I can go there and make that paycheck and get that belt wrapped around my waist once again.
Getting the nod to headline International Fight Week. You have fought on this card before in big fights, but now you're at the top of the bill. Did that mean anything a little extra special to you?
Yeah, of course it is. It's always good to fight on International Fight Week because of all the buzz. But I mean, to be here headlining it, it's obviously shows you where we're at the moment, and it's good. It's an honour to be headlining this card, especially the card it is as well, cracking card from top to bottom. So I can't wait to watch some of the fights myself and then finish it with an absolute bang.
So we spoke right after the Islam fight, and it was very clear that you wanted the fight again, you wanted the rematch, and you still want the rematch. I'm just curious, was there ever any talk of it being an immediate rematch? Did it ever get close?
It didn't get close to that conversation. Obviously, I wanted that rematch, but because they asked, "What do you want to do?" So they sort of, put it in my sort of shoes. Like, well, they put in front of me, is like, "What do you want to do? Like, what, you want to, fight, defend the belt? Do you want to get the rematch?" But like, pretty much saying, if you do the rematch, that's not going to be till later in the year for a while, because he's obviously going to have to do all these things. I'm like, well, I ain't waiting around. So that conversation didn't go any further, because the fact that, I wouldn't be fighting him till later in the year or something like that. You know what I mean? So I was like, all right, well, I'll go do my thing, and then I can do that fight later in the year anyway. You know what I mean? So I can just get one in between, because, I've been telling everyone I want to be active, and I ain't lying.
So is there a chance all goes well on Saturday and you're the one fighting him in Abu Dhabi in October?
Well, I think so. I think, let's be real. Everyone wants that rematch. I want it. Whether Islam wants it, I'm sure the UFC, I know the UFC want it. So we're just, got to see exactly what's going to happen. But, that's definitely something that I want to do. But, I want to be active. So bring it on.
Have they told you that? Because I think after Charles's last fight, a lot of people thought he would be next for Islam in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I don't know. I haven't really had that conversation. I've got a year to worry about. I'll go do that, and I'll have them conversations straight after it. But, so I've got my full focus on Yair, but I definitely want that rematch. Just depends. That's what I mean. What's next for me after this? We'll see, because I want to be active. That's always going to come first for me.
And I definitely don't want to disrespect Yair, and this is the last question on Islam, but we spoke on the Sunday, and then when I woke up the next day, that's when Dan dropped those atomic bomb tweets about all the IV stuff. Could I ask what did you know he was going to do that? Or did you find out, he just told us he was on right before you, and he's just like, everyone was talking about how we're going to handle this, and he just said, hold my beer, let me just go tell the world on Twitter. Did you know that was going to go down like that?
No, I didn't know. Well, I was like the last one to know about it anyway. But it's not really a conversation that I'm trying to get into. But the thing is, obviously we had our chat, and I was just like a little bit like, having a little bit of a laugh, and sort of subtle things in there. But didn't want to go too far with it. And then a couple of drinks from Dan. So but I mean, again, I'm just staying out of it.
Yeah. All right, so you've moved on, and now you've got Yair. Have you watched him throughout his career? He was obviously in the UFC for a little longer than you, and his evolution has been very impressive. I think he's a better fighter today, and the fighter that we saw against Josh Emmett was the best version of him. Would you agree with that statement? And do you have any sort of theory as to why he has gotten better? Like, what about his game has improved the most since you maybe first saw him in the UFC all those years ago?
Why he's gotten better? It's just experience as well. Obviously, when you're doing what you're doing, you're obviously going to get, for so long, you're obviously going to get better. You're going to get more experience. You're going to be put in different positions more, even in the octagon or in the gym. And you're just going to get better. You're going to figure things out more and more. He's always been very good with his, spin kicks and flashy stuff at a longer range. He's always been good there. But then now he's just so good at all ranges. Even when you're close, you don't know, whether he's exiting, whether he's throwing spinning elbows, flying knees, teep kicks, whatever it is. So he's very good at all ranges. I think earlier on in his career, he was probably much better at one range. But now you're seeing him, a lot better at all ranges. And even his ground game, obviously he's the type of guy that will always go for the finish, even on the feet and then on the ground. But again, he's just sort of molded everything together to make that perfect style for himself.
In terms of his skill set and what he brings to the table, where do you put him, up against the guys that you have fought as champion in the UFC? And maybe even before, you fought the Chad Mendez's of the world before champion. Like, is he the toughest? Is he up there? Where would you put him?
Look, it depends. The right word, toughest, is probably not the right word. Okay. Dangerous, yeah. I think is one of the most dangerous I've ever fought. I think he is the most dangerous I've ever fought. Does that mean hardest fight? Does that mean toughest fight? No, there's probably harder and tougher fights because of, challenges. Like, you might have the wrestling elements, the strength, the cardio, the volume, all, but I mean, with Yair, danger factor doesn't get much more dangerous than Yair. So he's got my full attention. That's why camp was exciting for me. This isn't just another fight. I'm just rolling through a fight or whatever. Everyone knows I'm disciplined. Everyone knows I'm going to train hard either way, but I was still excited. I was still going to the gym, trying to figure all these things out with my team. So it makes camp a lot easier when you got someone like a Yair in front of you.
You have been so dominant for so long, but I've noticed, you probably haven't noticed this, but like I feel like the in vogue thing to say is that, oh, Yair is going to be the guy because of how dangerous he is to figure out Volk. Have you heard any of this chatter? And if so, do you use that as motivation?
Wait, sorry, I missed that.
So yeah,
what was that?
I keep seeing people saying like, Yair is going to be the guy. He's he's going to be the one. Volk is coming off a loss. It's a little bit. He's going to be the guy. I'm not necessarily buying it. You're number one pound for pound in my books, despite what happened in February. Have you noticed any of that? Have you heard any of that chatter? And do you use any of that as motivation?
I haven't probably heard it too much. Obviously, you're going to see that. You're going to get people. Mate, they say it every fight. But yeah, again, he's got that danger element. You know what I mean? But people just quickly forget about that fight IQ, about my resilience and my durability. And just I'm very well rounded. I've got all the tools, and I've got all the right tools to be where I am right now. There's a reason why. I say it every time of my fights. I don't think I'm athletically gifted or anything like that. It's all the other stuff that make me the champion I am and make me who I am. And that's why you can never really count me out. So people are going to, that's why I believe it. I believe the way I lose to anyone in my division is someone, landing a lucky punch, catching me. I'm saying lucky punch is probably pretty disrespectful, but someone catching me. I don't see anyone actually beating me. But then you talk about opponents that have more of a chance of doing that. It probably is Yair Rodriguez. When you look at him having that danger factor. Can I go out there and make this look easy? Yeah, I can. I could go out there and make this look easy. But does that mean he's not dangerous? No, he's very dangerous. But, I'm well prepared, and I'm ready to go out there and show everyone why I'm the man.
A few weeks ago, I saw some photos of you training with Logan Paul, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Logan Paul's out there in Australia training with Volk. And then I found out you were in Puerto Rico. That's a long trip from Australia to Puerto Rico, kind of in the middle of camp. And now I know you announced this deal with Prime, and congratulations on all of that. But was that a little bit tricky to go from Australia to Puerto Rico in the middle of camp and back? That's like a 30-hour trip back and forth, not to mention the time difference?
Yeah, 30-hour there, 30-hour back. Yeah, it was it was definitely a bit of a trek. But, I sort of used that, even though I trained hard while I was there, I sort of used that as a little break. You could say a break, even though I trained real hard. I ended up doing like my fight simulator over there. So, it's not like it was easy. But I sort of used that as a little break, because I even did some of my harder sessions earlier than I usually do in camp, just to cater for if there's any trips like that, if there's because I'm a professional aerial, that, in case there's injuries, little things like that. I made sure I started a little bit earlier, and I train all year round. So me having a little break halfway through camp is probably good for me and my body. So, my body probably thanked me for that, to be quite honest. But it is definitely a crazy trip. But I mean, I believe it was well worth it.
I know you rolled with him a little bit. What did you make of his skills?
Yeah, it's like obviously he does more boxing. He did a bit of wrestling, I hear people say. But yeah, you see, he's obviously strong, and he knew what he's doing. He still had that body awareness. But yeah, it's just he's even thinking of maybe doing some MMA. I'm hearing him talking about coming doing the UFC thing and all that. But I mean, he's got the boxing, and then he's got a bit of wrestling credentials. So that'll be definitely interesting. I think he could do it.
You think he could be? He wants Paddy Pimblett. I know there's a size discrepancy there, but you think he could beat someone with that kind of experience, or is that a little crazy?
I mean, the size, you've got the size factor in there. I think that, I think chucking him straight into a middleweight UFC caliber fight wouldn't be, pretty fair. But I mean, I think, maybe a Paddy Pimblett or something, I think that'll work.
I saw big Elon Musk training with GSP. Is your boy Zuck going to call you up to help him train for this fight? What's going on? I've seen you guys train together before. What's happening?
I think that's what we're going to need to do, right? I think we'll go catch up with Zach, maybe get some training in, and maybe see us in the corner for Zach while they're in the corner for Elon. Like, how crazy would that be? You know what I mean?
I feel like
it's funny.
You're the guy, right? You have to be in his corner. He's wearing engaged shorts and stuff. Like, it has to be you guys.
Yeah, that's it. I think you're right. Like, I've definitely talked to Zach about it. Like, yeah, he's definitely keen. No, he's not lying when he was saying, anytime, anywhere. I can't remember what he said. What was the tweet he said? Something about
send location or something.
What Khabib said. Send location. Yeah, we're like, yeah, mate, I'm telling you, I think it's legit. So we might make something happen.
You think this happens? Like, legit? I actually think it happens. I think this is crazy enough to happen. What do you think?
I actually think it's gonna. Like, there's so many reasons why. It can't happen, but then you see these guys commit to anything, like they're going to do it. You know what I mean? They're pretty much committed to it. So, like, do you reckon these guys would be where they were if they didn't commit to something that they promised themselves or there's something they said? So, I think it's going to happen.
What do you think is
and I'm telling you, Zach's competitive. We know he's already competed in the jiu-jitsu.
Yeah,
he's pretty athletic. You know what I mean? He gets in there and. I guess loves challenging himself, and this is going to be a challenge, something new, something exciting, and I think it could happen. Get me on that card, though. You know what I mean? I want to be on that card. I'll help corner and be on that card as well.
UFC 300. That's what Chael told me. UFC 300. They headline, put you as the co-main.
Yeah, let's do it.
By the way, is he better on the feet or on the ground? Because he's long, right?
Yeah, he's longer than me. Everyone's longer than me.
That's true. That's true.
But I know he's like well-rounded. Like I said, he does it all. He does the striking and then he does the grappling. But I think he's compete. Obviously, he does a little bit more. He's probably a lot more competitive on the ground. You've got to be a little bit more careful on the feet, especially with these clever guys. They don't want to be sparring and getting punched in the head, especially with the brains that they have. So, I think they're going to do a lot more grappling. So he's going to have a lot more experience grappling because that's something that he can obviously be a bit more competitive with.
I'm not jealous of a lot of people, I have to say. Certainly not jealous of the way you like to eat your meat. I think it's very disgusting, and it says a lot about a person who wants to eat meat like that. But I will say, Alex, I'm very jealous of your bromance with my fellow Canadian Jamal Murray. I'm a big Canadian basketball fan. I see you guys tweeting each other pictures on the plane and all this stuff. He's the NBA champ. Can you tell me, how did this all come about? You and Jamal just hanging? You got his jersey, or what is going on over here?
Yeah, man, it's timing was perfect. So this was when was it? I think it was October last year or something, or maybe a little August. Maybe he was in Sydney. And wanted to catch up. And I'm like, oh, yeah, let's do it. You know what I mean? Like, he's a massive UFC fan, came down, and then we got some training in, shooting some hoops, and caught up. And, man, what a awesome dude. See a lot of ourselves in each other, obviously, that work ethic and really committing to our craft. So it was definitely something we were vibing off each other. And it was pretty cool. So we kept in contact. We ended up going... When we were watching Izzy, we ended up going to the Boston Celtics game.
Oh, wow.
And then put a private jet with them back to New York and watched the UFC together. So it was pretty cool. And then kept in contact the whole time. And he's going to be at UFC this weekend as well. So
I heard.
Looking forward to
it. To watch you. He's coming to support you, the champ.
Well, yeah, but I mean, obviously he's a massive fan of the UFC as well. So he goes there. I think he's even been to a fight night during the season and stuff like that. But I think he's coming to obviously support me and watch some fights.
I love it. Just a couple of weeks ago, we saw Ilia Topuria. Is he ready to be a number one contender? You always talk about like wanting more guys who are hungry. Has he done enough, shown you enough to be a potential next opponent for you, or does he need to win a couple more?
Oh, yeah. Like, I want, fresh blood would be incredible, right? Give me some of that fresh blood. I just, without disrespecting the bloke, you know what I mean? I don't want him to face anyone else, especially like Yair. Say if I take out Yair this weekend, he faces Yair. I don't want that to happen. I look at Yair as a much bigger threat and way more dangerous fight, to be quite honest. I'm just being brutally honest with it. But a lot of people are hyping Ilya up, so no worries. You know what I mean? Like, all good, because I know you'll talk a little bit of trash as well, so that'll make it fun. And I know I'd give him a good whooping. But I've got Yair to worry about. And, we'll do that. And then we'll see what's next. Again, I've got Yair to worry about. But after that, what is it? Is it going to be Islam? Is it going to be Ilya? You know what I mean? Like, I want to fight. I want to be active. Depends how long a certain fight is going to be. I'll squeeze one in before that because, I ain't lying when I say I want to be active.
Regardless of the opponent, you're like, if all goes well on Saturday, you want one more this year, right?
Yep, of course. And I wanted 3 this year. I would have liked 4 if I could have, but I mean, just being a champ, unless you've got both belts, which I plan on doing soon, then I can probably easily get 3-4 fights in the year, no worries, right? Because you're going to have it's just hard when you're the champ waiting for that number 1 contender. You know, it takes time, and it takes time for them to fight, get that, and then match them up. That's why even with the year fight, I would have liked to even do this earlier if I could, but this is the timing that it was. It's just, so for me, it's all about being active and getting the timing. That's the most important for me.
What about fighting on the Sydney card? I know that doesn't necessarily mesh with Islam's timeline, but that's your home. Do you want to be on that card?
Of course, I'd love to be on that card. There's a few obstacles there. Obviously, making sure you don't have any injuries and that. Not just that, making sure you got the opponent for it, and then my missus is pregnant, so Emma, I'm having she'll be there. She's due on the 8th, which is 2 days before.
Oh my gosh!
So the timing. Don't worry, we've been looking into it. We've been going like is she getting induced? What's going on? Like, can we make that? But just there's a few hurdles there, but you never know.
Well, you're crazy enough to welcome a new child into the world. I know you're not doing the hard work there, but that's still like a lot going on. And fight on that same week. I mean, even if she's getting induced, that's probably the same week. Don't you want to just have nothing on your plate when that goes down?
Like, again, I do this for my family. That's just going to give me more motivation. It's going to inspire me more to do more. You know what I mean? So I'll be fine with that. Earlier in the week, I'll do it. Go there, see the bubs. Obviously, be home for a few days. It's in Sydney, so I can be there right up to the fight. You know what I mean? And then go do my business. Again, it's as I said, I do this. I'm not selfish. What I do it's much bigger than me. I do this for my family. I do this for my team, my friends, my supporters, Australia, like everyone. This is, and I do it to inspire people as well. So it's, I'm not selfish. So I'll definitely, even if I've got a lot on my plate, I'm still going to be committed and still going to be disciplined enough to do what I need to do to prepare properly and then make that money for that family.
This is very exciting. Third child, right?
Yep. Another girl on the way.
Another girl. Always the alpha males. All you guys have, you're like, it's all the big time fighters. They all get, Mark Coleman had like 4 girls as well. Another girl. Is this a world exclusive, by the way? I haven't seen this anywhere. Is this breaking news for the program?
I don't know. No, like I've announced that I'm having another baby, another girl, but probably not the date. The timing of the Sydney card. Maybe I haven't mentioned that. So there you go. Gave you something.
That's our breaking news music. We're gonna own this, okay? We want credit, okay? Just for the world to know. By the way, Ariel goes both. Ariel's
Alex. Here you go. Here's your headline. Alex, contemplating inducing.
Oh my God.
Alex tells doctor.
Yeah.
Alex tells doctor we need to induce early in the week so I can fight
on Sydney
that weekend.
Fucking hell! You and Izzy topping the card 2 months after you fight.
Well, there you go, man. Incredible.
That would be incredible. Good luck to your wife with that, and that's very exciting. Good luck to you and Mazel Tov on that. By the way, one last thing before I let you go. We just saw, a couple months ago, we saw your old mate Max Holloway look so good against Arnold Allen. I'm just curious, like that to me, because the narrative after when you fought him was he's done, and then you see how he looks, and he's like, oh wait a minute, he's not done. It's just Volk's that damn good. What did you make of his performance against Arnold? Because that could have been another guy for you to fight, fresh blood, Arnold Allen, right? And he killed his momentum, at least for now.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling. That's what I've said. I've made it public. Don't feed Ilya to your maxes or your years and things like that. Leave my contenders alone. And I knew that anyway, so I'm not surprised. I knew Max. I knew that was the same Max. I knew Max is at his prime. You know what I mean? It's just a lot of people are like, oh, has he fallen off the horse because of what I did to him in that last one? But I go, no, like he is still that good. It's just, I've leveled up and I've got his number. So it's so that was no surprise to me. But Arnold's a great fighter. When I got told that matchup was good, I was like, good on you, because if you do get it, everyone's absolutely buzzing for Arnold. I like Arnold a lot, but I was like thinking, it's going to be a tough fight, and you would be a tough fight.
Legend. Well, I can't wait to see you back. Thank you as always for your time. By the way, is that a new Engage? Is that a new Volk Engage shirt that you're rocking there?
I know that one. Yeah, there it is.
Man.
With the new tees.
Man,
there we go.
That's a nice one. Is that Dosbrock? Is that the guy who makes the cartoon?
Yeah, it is. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you know what's up. There we go.
That's
we got
sick.
did a collab with him, so he'll be in town soon as well. So yeah, he's a big fan of UFC, so you always see him doing some nice artwork on the UFC events and fighters. So it was cool to do a
that is beautiful. I love the Engage stuff. Much love to you and the team. Good luck, Alex. Appreciate the time as always. Thank you so much. Can't wait for the fight on Saturday.
No worries, my man. Thank you.
All the best. There he is, the champ, Alex the Great Volkanovski. Always kind enough to make some time for us. GC, what about that Dosbrock joint right there? I mean, did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that yesterday. I mean, how sick.
Where'd you see that?
On his socials.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, he's posting it.
Who? Dosbrock or Volk?
Volk.
Fuck, I missed it.
I think they did a little collab. Yeah, right here. Here it is.
You see it?
Nope, just straight up Volkanovski. No collab, yeah.
No collab.
Yeah, a whole video and everything for the drop. You know how Engage does it.
What, have you been out of the country or something?
Do it big.
Yeah, I was in England. But yeah, I didn't mention England.
Yeah, how was it, man?
It was great. People really showed a lot of love. It was great to be there. You got a lot of love for you guys. I mean, everyone coming up saying, "Where's Frankie? Where's GC?" A lot of New York Rick love. The O2 was rocking.
Too?
Yeah. I saw Nim out there. Saw Amber. Saw a couple of the fans. Yeah.
Shout out Amber.
Did a live show. The O2 was rocking. Saw a big Tommy Aspinall poster up there. What else? I had a great story, by the way. Do I have time for a great story? When I got there, yeah. What's going on?
Felt like it wasn't really focused in on me. I felt like putting my hand up.
No.
Focus me back in.
I have a great
Try
story.
not to break the camera.
I got there Wednesday night.
Your story though.
Thursday morning, I had to go to TalkSport to do. There's a press conference for the Joe Joyce Zhilei Zhang fight, which is airing on TNT Sports. It's becoming TNT Sports on July 18th. BT is being rebranded because they were purchased by WBD, Warner Brothers Discovery, and so we did the interview. That was cool. Did some boxing stuff. Very fun. Enjoyed it. Spoke to Frank Warren. Spoke to Joe Joyce. Then I had some time off, and I was like, man, I would love to get some jerseys for my sons, and so I start scouring London. I'm next to London Bridge, and I go to the Puma store with my guy, Rob Armstrong, who works at BT with me, was kind enough to take me around. And we get to the Puma store, and they have all the new Man City kits.
What?
I was like, 2023, 24, shit, let me hook this up. Get the Man City kit. But you know what's annoying about soccer jerseys? They don't put the names on the back. You have to always print them. They don't just sell, like, you can't go to a store and buy a Bulls blank jersey. It's going to say Zach LaVine. It's going to say, Ball. It's going to say whatever, DeRozan. Here, they're all blank, and then you have to print them. And so that's an extra layer.
Wasteful.
Well, it's just like an extra, factor. So I get the jersey. I say, hey, I want to get Foden for my son, Oliver. He loves Phil Foden. Oh, that's going to take till tomorrow. We're all backed up. I was like, really? How long does it take to print this? Oh, we've got 10 in the queue. You got to come back tomorrow. I was like, I'm holding it. Sorry, mate. All right. Then I go to another store. They say, I have the Man City. Our machine is broken. Your machine is broken? Come on. So now I'm all upset. My other son likes Odegaard, who's on Arsenal. So I thought that'd be easy to get. I can't find it anywhere. So then we go to this
Arsenal?
Yeah, the Arsenal. Then we go to this pub, and to make a long story short, I leave in the middle, to go back to the Puma store because I'm like, I need to try to get this jersey for my son because I don't know if I'm going to have a chance to get this jersey. Go to the Puma store. I come back and I'm like, hey, man, any chance? Now it's like 6 o'clock. They're closing at 8. Any chance? Guy says, no, man, we're backed up. Manager walks by and he says, Helwani, what are you doing here? I'm like, man, I'm trying to get this Foden jersey for my son. But he says, you're backed up. He's like, no sweat, mate. 10 minutes downstairs. Let me print that for you. Bang. So shout out to that guy at the Puma store in Soho, I do believe. What an absolute gent. And then he tells me, are you looking for anything else? I said, yes, I'm looking for Odegaard. Odegaard is Adidas. He works at Puma. He said, my wife works at the Adidas store. Where are you staying? I say, Stratford. She works at the one next to your hotel. Calls up his wife, who works for Adidas, puts the Arsenal jersey and makes sure they have the Odegaard because there's like a little bit of a different, the Norwegian O. Puts it aside for me. Then I go there the next day, pick that up. I mean, that's the kind of people that they are over in England. Oh my God, it was amazing. Took a little. I mean, it's just.
That's exciting.
I'm not one of those guys who likes to use, the celebrity status to
There's nothing they can do. Nothing at all.
I'm going to come back to the store.
It's Helwani, and then it's yep.
Do you know who I am?
I had a premonition. I was like, let me go right back. Let me just try.
Let me try.
Thank God this guy comes back and he's
Did
like,
you wear a plaid shirt?
Nothing we can do.
Nothing.
Nothing we can do. Oh, it's Helwani. 10 minutes.
Yeah. No, I know. Trust me. I'm not trying to say that I'm getting preferential treatment, but in this case, I got the preferential, and I felt damn good about it. That's
awesome.
That's one of the many stories. Really. Yeah, it's all about the kids. And then I tweeted the pictures, and then JJ Watt tweeted me and said he wants to give me some Burnley stuff, and now we're DMing. Alfonso Davies is liking the tweet. I mean, it's just pretty much a soccer influencer at this point. I don't know if you guys know this. So...
Well, you were watching U21s in Israel. I got to give you some credit there.
Who won? Oh, 3-0. Damn, that's bad. All right, let's move along now and say hello to our next guest. Big fight for him this weekend. We thought it was going to be a really interesting fight against Sean Brady. Unfortunately, Sean Brady injured, and he is now out of the fight. And some people are giving Sean some heat for that, as they say, but he had to post some pictures online, which is kind of annoying that he had to do that because, like, you'd like to Sean Brady seems like a good guy and a salt of the earth kind of guy and not one to just pull out for the sake of pulling out. His elbow definitely seems all messed up. So in walks Josiah Harrell, making his UFC debut on just days' notice against Don Giacomo, Jack Della Maddalena himself. Tough draw, but he's game enough to do it. And luckily for all the fans, JDM still on the card. Let's go to him and talk about all of this because there was a lot of drama leading up to all of this. Jack, how are you, my man? Thank you for doing this. Appreciate it.
No, thanks for having me, Ariel. Yeah, all is well here in Vegas. Glad we've got a fight locked in.
Yes. And by the way, I love the fact that it's not 5 a.m. over there when we're doing this interview. It's a normal time, so I don't feel guilty about you waking up or going to bed late. This is lovely. It's 11 a.m. over there. It looks like it's very hot in Las Vegas right now. Is it scorching?
Yeah, it's scorching. It's been hot for the last few weeks, so it's nice to get in early and feel the heat.
When did you get to Las Vegas?
We arrived Sunday last week, so I've been here for about a week and a half.
Okay.
And then, yeah.
And when did you find out Sean was out of the fight?
It must have been Tuesday last week.
Tuesday last week. So you had then been in Las Vegas for 2-3 days. You make the trek from Australia all the way over to Las Vegas. You're settling in, you're getting acclimatized, as they say, and you find out your opponent is gone. Are you freaking out, or are they telling you, don't worry, we're going to figure this out, you're going to remain on the card?
It's obviously a bit of uncertainty, but the UFC were pretty good. They did say they were pretty certain that they would get me a fight. They just said hang tight and we would sort it out. And I just left it to the UFC and to Tim and Dan to sort it. But yeah, it took a few days and there was a lot of back and forth, but it came through.
Are you the kind of guy who stresses over these things, or do you just say, I'm going to leave it to them and I'm not going to worry?
I sort of just left it to them, and yeah, I didn't really worry too much. I trusted the process. I trusted that the UFC would get me an opponent. That similar sort of thing had happened before. Last year, January, arrived and didn't have the opponent, so yeah, they said last time they'd get me an opponent, and it worked out. So I had trust in the process.
Now, the fun thing when something like this happens and when it lingers is that all of a sudden it becomes like this game, this mystery, like who's going to jump in? People are throwing their name into the hat. Is it Joaquin Buckley? Is it Kevin Holland at 175? What's going on? Were any of these fights a realistic option based on what you heard?
No, not really. They were names that were flung around, and I was pretty keen. I was pretty keen to fight anyone, really. I'd come this far, so I was ready to go. And, yeah, those names sounded cool. There was also Chris Curtis that was there, and it was never actually offered to me. I just saw the names saying that they would step up, so it sounded good to me. And I thought possibly it might be at a heavier weight, so I started eating a little bit more. But
oh, no.
None of them actually came to fruition. So
I have to say, I reported on Sunday that they were still, hopeful that they would keep you on the card. This is before Harrell, was signed as your opponent. And I had mentioned that the Holland fight and the Buckley fight, this was after Buckley, I think, said, I'll see you all next week. And so everyone thought it was going to be him. And I said none of them materialized for whatever reason. And then I got a message from Holland who's like, he said, you didn't want the fight. And so I sent that to Tim. And I was like, oh, this is what he's saying. And so then Tim, being the gangster that he is, sent me the screen grab of the conversation that he had with the UFC brass, Sean Shelby, saying that you would fight Kevin Holland. And so I sent that back to Kevin Holland because he was saying that you actually weren't, keen to take the fight. And then he kind of said oh, okay, I guess, it didn't materialize. Were you annoyed about any of this? Because I think he posted some stuff on Instagram saying that you don't really want the fight and all this drama.
No, it doesn't really annoy me. I was excited for that fight. I think that would have been a cool fight, and yeah, it would have been at a heavy weight, so it would have made the cut easier. But yeah, I was excited for that, but it just never was. It was honestly never an option. There was talk on. Yeah, I saw his Instagram, but it was never actually an option. I did ask him, "Is the Holland fight on?" And yeah, I don't know. I think he had a fight booked, so they weren't into it, but. Yeah, no, I thought that was a realistic option, but it was just never actually passed on to me.
Yeah, and you would have done it at 175.
Yeah, I would have done it at 185, to be honest. I was ready to go. I was just keen to fight. I was honestly, I put a lot of work in over the years, so I was made a long way. I need to get paid. So, and it's a cool fight, Holland's it's a cool. I think it would have been a cool fight for the fans But yeah, just never materialized. But hopefully down the track we can make it happen.
Okay. Now, when they tell you, all right, we've got your opponent and it's Josiah Harrell, are you familiar with Harrell?
No, up to that point, I'd never heard of him. I do remember seeing the video of him tackling someone out the cage, but yeah, I never knew. I'd never put the name to that video. I was just happy to get a name, to be honest. Whoever it was, I've come this far, was keen to fight, whoever it is.
And when you have a situation where there's names like Holland and Buckley and Curtis being bandied about, and you ultimately get a name who isn't a household name, who's making his UFC debut, is there any part of you that's like, I was kind of hoping that it would be a bigger name, or do you really not care?
I would like a bigger name. If I had the option out, if there was a realistic option out of the three, I would definitely would have taken one of the other two right over Josiah, just for the fans' sake and the better fight. But yeah, it was never an option, and it is what it is. It's the same goal: here to fight, here to win, and move on.
And the Brady fight, I would imagine, was one that you were keen on. I know he's coming off a loss, but a big time prospect. Did you really like that fight?
Yeah, I thought it was a great fight. I thought it was a good challenge, and yeah, it was a top 10. It was a cool fight. I really wanted to solidify myself as a top 10 fighter, and that was the opportunity, but I don't think it was meant to be. But I feel like hopefully this is just a speed bump, and hopefully that fight just gets delayed 10 weeks, and possibly we can do it in Sydney in September.
So I was going to ask you about that next. There's a lot of Australian fighters on this card, and it's very interesting because there's a Sydney pay-per-view happening in 2 months. And I'm not sure if when they booked all of you on this card, they knew that was happening. Is there a part of you that wishes that, or I know in a perfect world you can have both, right? But it's very rare to see people return 2 months later. So do you wish that you were fighting on the Sydney card instead of this one? When you heard that, were you confused as well?
Yeah, no, my plan the whole time is to fight on both. That's the plan. Yeah, I was get a win, take a week or two off, and then get straight back in there. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Obviously, you can't look past anyone or look too far into the future in this sport. But yeah, I feel like that was always the plan. Try and get two fights in the space of 3 months would be ideal.
Yes, that would be tremendous. And have they told you that their hope is to just rebook the Brady fight whenever he's ready, or your management? Is that the goal? Like, sometimes they really want a fight and they'll do whatever. They'll go back to the well again and again until it happens. Is this one of those fights?
I mean, there hasn't really been too much talk about it. It was sort of just, we were meant to fight and now it's off. But yeah, I'm just, get through Josiah and then hopefully it's just rebook it for Sydney would be best case scenario, I believe.
By the way, I keep calling him Josiah. Is it Josiah? Did I butcher his name?
I have no idea.
I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out when Bruce Buffer says his name.
Yeah.
By the way, I like the new merch. You're leaning into the Don Giacomo.
Yeah, I'm into it. Yeah, I like it.
Because last time I feel like when we spoke about it, you were kind of on the fence about it.
No, I'm into it.
You're into it.
Giacomo has a good ring to it.
Yeah, you sound like a gangster. I mean, you're like a Don Giacomo.
Yeah, it works well.
Where can people get this merch? We're showing it right now. We're showing the picture of it, multiple pictures of it. Where can people get it?
You can get it online at StreetX. StreetX is the brand. Go online. JDM merch.
Oh, yeah. I think, GC, aren't you wearing StreetX shirt today?
Nice, GC.
GC loves you. Our guy in the back over there, he loves you. He has all your stuff.
Yeah, I got it right now. It's actually a JDM StreetX shirt.
He's wearing a JDM. You can't see him, or can you see him? No, I don't think you. He's wearing your shirt in the back right now, JDM. How about that?
Shout out to my guy.
That's it. Where's yours, Ariel?
Well, I try to be a little unbiased. I have to call it down the middle, so I can't really, can't be rocking fighter T-shirts. I'd look like a chump if I did that.
Yeah, save it for the weekend.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. By the way, fighting close to home in Perth in February, now making the trek. What do you prefer? Like that time difference and everything that kind of messes you up? No.
Not really. I don't mind it. I like coming out to Vegas. I like coming out to the US, traveling. So I feel like it's a nice little holiday.
Okay.
Get paid on. But of course, fighting in my hometown was a pretty surreal moment. Hopefully, we can do that again in the future. But yeah, I just like traveling around, having a fight wherever.
Yeah. And you have fought in Las Vegas before, but I do believe this is your first international fight week, right?
Yeah, it's a first time in fighting in Vegas with a crowd.
Oh wow!
Fought a couple of times. Fought at the Apex twice. So it'd be cool it's cool to fight International Fight Week, big arena, big platform. I'm super excited. So I'm glad it all came together nicely.
You can't do Apex again. And then once you've done a few in the venue, like in the big venues, you can't go back, right?
Yeah, I think the crowd is a big part of the fight game. So I think I'd like to think most of my fights going forward will be with a nice crowd.
And I know we were talking about Sean and whatnot, but it feels like you're on the cusp of some big opportunities at 170. How far do you think you are away from starting to get into those big fights, those really interesting fights at 170, those big contender fights?
Yeah, well, I thought after the Sean Brady fight, I was going to be right in there with the mix with some of the top 5 guys. So yeah, I'm hoping just this little is a speed bump and we can rebook that fight. Or at least hopefully the next fight, someone in the top 10, top 15, and keep the ball rolling.
I saw that they had the Aussie fighters take a group picture. I think it was yesterday.
Yeah.
You don't all train together. Are you all friends, or is there is there some turf wars going on? What's the vibe like when you all come together?
No, I've got a pretty good relationship with all those guys. So it was good to catch up with them, and good relationship with them. I don't train with any of them, but good mutual friends with us.
Are there any other members of your gym that are in the UFC at the moment?
Not at the UFC. Steve Erceg trains with us. I don't know if you saw his fight in Canada a few months ago, but we're hopefully we can get some more coming through over the next year.
Yeah, because we hear so much about freestyle, and I know it's in New Zealand City Kick, but I was wondering if you feel like there's a bunch of guys from your team that are coming up.
Yeah, there is. I think over the next, hopefully a few of our guys can get on the show over the next year. It'll be awesome.
And are you going home right after this, or are you spending? Some guys stay in America for quite some time afterwards to take advantage of being here. What are you doing? I know you have a young family as well. So what's the plan?
Yeah, well, the young family joined us on the trip, so they came out. Franco and Michelle are out in Vegas with us. So yeah, we're going to spend after the fight probably spend a few maybe 8 days in California. I think just cruising around.
Wait, so the young baby came on the flight all the way from Perth?
Yeah.
How did that go?
He was all right. He was pretty good. He's a pretty good baby. We got stuck on the the tarmac for 2 hours, which sort of throwed off his routine, but he slept for a good 50% of the flight, and then. But yeah, no, it was good. I'm glad he's out here. He loves watching a fight, Franco. So glad we could get him out to his next fight.
Wait, how old is he?
Second year. He's 11 months old.
He's 11 months and he loves watching a fight. How do you know he loves watching fights?
I don't know. He loves being in the crowd. I think it's more the crowd he likes. He has his headphones on and
yeah,
he's into it.
So he's going to the event on Saturday.
Yeah, he's coming along.
What a legend.
He was there in Perth.
Yeah, I remember.
Hopefully it comes to all my fights going forward.
You like that? You like having the family there. Some people don't like having the family there. They like to separate.
Yeah, no, I don't mind. I'm into it. Join along. They're part of the team.
Yeah, I love that.
As much as anyone, they put a lot of work in. 2
hours on the tarmac when you have a flight that long, that's a kick in the gut.
Yeah, it was pretty. Everyone, I think, you could tell everyone on the flight was getting a bit frustrated.
Man, and then with an 11-month-old, God bless. I can never even imagine doing such a thing. That is incredible. And then the time difference, too, with the sleeping. These are things people don't really take into account.
Yeah, it took him a few days to get over the jet lag, but he's in the swing of it now.
Okay. All right, so all good.
3 days, he was all over the place. But, yeah, no, all good.
Okay, and it was a little kind of dicey there at the beginning of the trip, and now you got your opponent. You're good to go. No worries.
Yeah, no worries. Good. It was a bit dicey. We sort of just as I said, just trusted the process, but it's all good now. Everything is looking good.
Man, imagine you fly all the way from Perth with your 11-month-old and you don't get a fight. That would have been.
Yeah, that's it. That's why I was here. I was ready to go against anyone, and glad they pulled it together.
Well, when you're one of the chosen few, you get the hookup. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's it. I just do my job is the fighting. I just leave that part to the boys, and they always seem to pull through.
Well, I wish you the best, Jack. Good luck. Glad you are remaining on the card, and looking forward to another big performance out of you on Saturday. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me. Nice talking to you again.
All right, there's the man himself, Don Giacomo, Jack Della Maddalena, returning to action this Saturday against one. I guess it's I think it's Josiah. What do you guys think? You think it's Josiah or Josiah?
Is it Harrell or Harrell?
What did I say?
Ariel or Ario?
I feel like that one could go both ways.
Yeah, I think both of his names could go both ways. We'll find out on Saturday.
You know what occurred to me in the middle of the interview?
What's that?
I bottled it with Volk. I meant to ask him what Mel Gibson said to him.
Yeah, I actually thought about that too.
Slacking.
Yeah.
Guess we'll never know.
Who
knows if he even would have told you?
You think it was top secret? Maybe it was off the record.
You know Mel. Mel's kind of crazy.
Think he'll be at the fight.
How's the lemonade?
Yeah, it's not bad. Still not paying me anything. Yeah. I mean, is there anyone cooler than Volk? I'm not sure. How's the guy so damn cool?
It's the hair.
He's just so chill. Like
even when he's wearing a Band-Aid, he looks like a badass.
It's a pretty chill lineup we got today. I mean, Jack's a chill guy.
Jack is the chillest of all time.
Dan's chill. He's just like, walked in the tattoo shop, got a tattoo.
Yeah.
And then maybe the chillest of all of them, we got Cory Sandhagen.
Oh my God, that's right.
Chill lineup today. Man.
Hooker doing it from the UFC closet over there with the slap thing in the back.
He saw the slap branding in the background.
I love it. What a bunch of legends. All right. Should we answer some questions? I feel like there's going to be some pertinent questions since we obviously didn't have a show on Monday. We did have a show last Wednesday, the dreaded pre-tape. Appreciate all the kind remarks about that, but let's not waste any time. Still to come, by the way, Jorge Masvidal at 3 o'clock, and then Cory Sandhagen, plus the International Fight Week draft, which we did not even talk about or prepare for. Interesting.
Speak for yourself.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I definitely remember all the rules.
GC was busy. Had a bad. Could we talk about that or no?
Yeah, let's get into it.
I mean, a bad bout of food poisoning.
Terrible.
The worst.
Terrible. I kid you not when I say like top 3 worst night of my life. Up
This
all
is my
night.
nightmare.
Went to a great steakhouse in Miami, right on the beach. You were familiar with it.
Yeah.
Do we name names?
No, it's okay. We don't want
All
that.
right, all right.
We don't want that karma.
We don't want that karma. Yeah. I did think for a second, I had a steak, got it medium rare. I don't know if that's...
Come on. Did you really?
medium rare. Yeah.
In the midst of the throwing up, did the thought of me pop into your head? And you say, you know what? Maybe Ariel's onto something here.
So not in the midst of the throwing up, but in between the bouts of vomiting, I thought about hitting our group chat and being like, maybe you're onto something, Ariel. Maybe you're onto something.
Do not.
Yes.
I was in hell. I was in real life hell. I was dying. But then I was like, everybody else at my table got medium rare as well. So
As one does.
So it was gorgonzola crusted. The steak was.
Who gets gorgonzola crusted steak?
Yeah.
All right. So I was gonna go for the bone and ribeye, and then they sold me this whole thing. They were like, it's umami seasoned, and everyone's been complaining and sending it back. I'm like,
What? They said that at the
Umami?
restaurant?
yes,
Umami
yes.
seasoned? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, dry rub. And I was just like, then why do you guys even have it on the menu? They're like, well, we have this another bone and ribeye, and it was $70 more expensive. So I was like, well, I'm not doing that. So yeah, listen, in retrospect, the gorgonzola crusted was just the worst move I've ever
Gorgonzola
made.
crusted steak?
It really sounds that terrible to y'all?
It does
Yes.
sound like something I would not
Everybody at the table was just like, yeah, that's what you should do, man. I was like, all right, yeah, let's do it. The waiter was like, it's one of my favorite items on the entire menu. I'm just like,
He's just leaning in
all
with
right.
them.
I'm like, great. And it was good. It was like bacon wrapped, gorgonzola crusted, and
I don't know if I would have gorgonzola on its own, let alone.
Listen, let me tell you right now, I'll never have gorgonzola again.
can't.
Thought of it makes me
I feel like throwing up just thinking about this.
it brings a sensation to my body that I don't even know how I'm talking through it right now. It was that terrible.
So what about feta? I mean, that's pretty...
Who gets feta crusted steak?
Well, I mean, could you... Never
I
mind.
can't do it. I can't do
Oh,
it.
you just mean in
cheese is
general.
right.
I need to just chill for a minute. I mean, I've done bread,
Just keep it
some
simple.
rice, some pasta,
You got to keep it simple.
a light salad
Carbs.
for lunch. Yeah,
That's where the blue Powerade came in. Now I get it.
Oh,
rehydrating. Yeah, a lot of Pedialyte, a lot of
Pedialyte.
a lot of water, a lot of
should eat
a lot of
pickles.
blue Powerade.
Can I ask you, without getting too graphic, but like one of my big fears in life, I hate throwing up. I'm a loud thrower upper.
terrible.
Like I'm like
This is-
my wife makes fun of me. Like I am very vocal, but the worst is like when it's both.
Oh, yeah,
Wait.
this is what it was.
Oh, no.
Simultaneous?
Why are we talking about this?
I just had to know. I had to know. I'm
Close.
so,
Close. Yeah, no.
my heart goes out. Honestly, my heart goes out to you. My heart. I would hug you,
I
but
would
I'm
never
afraid that
do
you
it.
still have a bug, so I want to get close to you.
I would never do it, but if I could make the text messages public that I sent to my girlfriend while I was going through
Poor
it,
girlfriend.
because she's in London, so she was awake because this happened throughout the entire night. I mean, I'm talking started at like 12:30 right after midnight, goes till like 8 a.m. the entire time, and like even then we had the residuals afterward. Yeah, I mean I was begging for mercy. I was begging for mercy. I was making wild claims. I was like,
You
I would
said
give
you put me
anything
out of my
to
misery.
stop. Please, please. Someone just come save me.
By the way, on a positive, I mean,
I don't know how we got on this topic, but yeah,
he
it was-
asked you. Yeah.
yeah, but on a positive, it feels. I mean, like if you're comfortable enough to be talking about both exits with your girlfriend, I mean, like that's a wife conversation. Like if you're at that point, I mean, that's pretty big. I don't know how
Yeah, I mean,
graphic you're getting, but like, that,
It wasn't like that graphic. It was just a simple explanation of what was happening.
all right. I mean, I would get graphic just for the
Flights had-
record.
I mean, it didn't get that graphic, but yeah, it was.
You're
Yeah,
a
it was a
freak.
murder scene. It was a murder scene. I mean,
Murder scene.
Murder
well, if you want to get
all
really
over
graphic,
the floor.
like after like the second bout of vomiting, I clogged the toilet.
Oh.
I switched to trash
Oh,
bags,
man.
and it was just like, I'm telling you, down bad doesn't even begin. describe
Wow.
the experience.
Let it all out, man.
And you're in Florida. You're in Miami on vacation.
I am in Florida on vacation at my friend's grandparents' house. To add salt to the wound, that's how bad it was.
Are the grandparents there?
No, thank God.
Oh,
Thank God.
Imagine they wake up at 4 a.m. like, what's this racket?
Yeah, they probably woke up at 4 a.m. saying someone is desecrating our bathroom.
Did you get any of it on our cow
On our
print?
couch.
Yeah.
All of their couches, all of their rugs, everything. As white as could
Yeah.
possibly be. There was no sleeping.
Miami.
There was no sleeping.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so shout out to Miami. Shout out
Did you
to
get it?
steakhouses.
Did you get it on anything?
No, nothing.
Nothing. Okay, there
And
you
then I
go.
could just clean the bathroom afterward, and everything was back to normal.
Well, I'm glad that you made it to work today.
And you know what's funny about it? In a cruel twist of fate, I felt bad that you weren't going to International Fight Week because you made the proclamation last year that you were going to be there come hell or high water. And so the reason I learned about all of this is because I asked you, are you feeling bad? Like it's about to be full swing. Everyone's there. Oh, they got the picture of the Las Vegas airport. Here we are, touching down, coverage to come, blah, blah, blah.
Seeing the schedule for UFC,
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
events,
yeah,
the Hall of
yeah.
Fame, UFC,
Yeah.
all that.
And I said, are you feeling bad? And you said no, which surprised me. And then you explained why. So
yeah, I'd have a hard time getting on a plane right now. I'm not going to lie.
isn't that amazing how life works? The Lord knew.
Maybe he got sick.
And we
because he
came
didn't
close.
go.
We came close.
We came.
There were a lot of things in motion.
People don't know what happened behind the scenes. We came
Super close.
unbelievably close. I mean, Frank
Frank booked his hotel before we even actually came
booked the
close.
hotel, yeah, we were that close that Frank booked his hotel.
We were on the 5-yard line going the
alas.
opposite way, and he booked the hotel. He's like, "All right, I'm good to go."
Maybe it's karma that I didn't come through on my proclamation, and that's why I got so sick.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. Oh, sorry. I guess we really keep just ignoring you, Frank. I'm not gonna make any proclamations for next year, but maybe we'll be.
We should be. Yeah, we should probably go one of these days.
We should try and go.
All right. Well, time now for everyone's favorite segment. Glad you're feeling better, by the way.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A,
Favorite segment of the
MMA
week.
fans. Ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen,
gosh.
the moment has arrived
63
to hear
hot
from the
dogs
man
at the,
himself,
Nathan's
Ariel
competition.
Helwani.
Oh yeah.
Wonder what
Live
that
from
guy's
the
bathroom's
Box
like.
Studios in beautiful New York
Who?
City.
Joey
It's
Chestnut?
On the nose.
That
And
guy?
now,
That's
to
what you
answer
refer to
your
him as?
Sorry, I didn't
Get
know.
out of your seats
I needed
and
a name
on your
drop.
feet
I
because
mean, he is
here
kind of a
is
legend.
Ariel Helwani.
I wonder if he would get a hookup at Puma.
No, he's not that big. By the way, speaking of which, I did see yesterday New York Rick casually dropping a picture of Kobayashi from 2010 in the midst of the whole crazy free Kobe, controversy where he tried to crash the thing. I didn't know that New York Rick ran into Kobayashi on the boardwalk in Coney Island.
I was there, baby.
Well,
I was there for the scene.
You saw the whole scene when he tried to crash?
I was right there.
Were
I was
you
right
there
there.
because you knew he was going to crash, or you just happened to be there?
No, that my wife and I just finally decided after living in New York for all these years, it was finally time to go and see it one year. So we went, and then let's say I think it was like an hour and a half before the actual competition, we just see Kobayashi walking down the boardwalk, and we and a few others kind of recognized him, and then he stopped, posed for a photo, chatted for 5 seconds, and then shuttled away. And then all hell broke loose once they started the actual competition.
I
still the one true king of.
I was going to say, can we get
Nathan's
into
hot
the
dog.
fact that you think the Glizzy Goat is Kobayashi and not Chestnut?
I mean, it's
Well,
undefeated,
I
undisputed.
feel this is one of the greatest botches in the history of American
Lost to
sports.
Joey Chestnut.
No, I think this is crazy that they did this, that they couldn't figure this out for all those years. You could have had, truly, what does America love? We love like a rivalry, like Magic and Bird, Manning and Brady. Now you had like Curry and LeBron. Like, that's what we love.
Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah, that's what we love. You had it. You had America versus Japan. You had Kobayashi versus Chestnut, and you botched it. You absolutely botched it. This could have been
I will say
a 15-year thing.
America does also love dominance. Like, I feel like Joey Chestnut has like gotten a lot of momentum, and there's a lot of
He's a
people
folk
behind him.
hero.
But
It would have been better if there was a rivalry, and he was right there.
I agree. It's risky though, because I feel like Kobayashi is the king, baby.
I don't know how you think that.
I mean, he's the what if king. He's one of the great what ifs. He's the Zabit Magomed Sharipov of competitive eating.
I guess.
He's the Tatiana
No,
Suarez
I
of
think-
competitive eating.
he was crushing it before he
He
got
was
banned.
fantastic, but like it's all in the numbers. I mean, he's winning with 44.5 dogs, 49 dogs. Chestnut's winning with 76, 73. Like
It's a different era.
competition.
That's like comparing
was
the dude
evolving.
hitting
The
home
game
runs in
was
the
evolving.
30s, his 35 home runs to freaking Aaron Judge.
Same dogs, same Nathan dogs.
No. The
same
technology,
Stomachs are
the technology, the
Bones. Y'all are
techniques have
crazy.
changed.
Y'all are
Yeah.
crazy. The disrespect for the American king, the real
Kobayashi put it on the map. Kobayashi is, to me,
Kobayashi, baby.
he put it on the map, and I do. You know, I spent the whole week with those guys back in a previous life of mine when I was working production for Spike TV on Fremont Street in Las Vegas. Spent the whole week with them. Was blown away by Kobayashi. Had an aura to him. Had like a superstar aura to him.
One of the best videos of all time is Kobayashi versus the Bear, where they literally put him up against the Bear. I mean, the Bear smoked him like it was no competition, but it was still crazy that's how good people thought he was.
Yeah. Anyway, good time. Did you bet on it, by the way? Someone was asking me for a pick.
Yeah, I hit
you
him up with it.
Did you? I didn't see it.
Yeah, Mickey
Oh, okay.
Sudo under 44.5 easy. I mean, she didn't even come close.
That was your pick?
39.5, yeah.
Nothing on Chestnut?
Nah, I would have taken the under, but I don't like to go against my guy like that, you know?
Yeah.
That's your king.
Yeah,
that's your king. I would have taken the under.
Yeah.
That's your king.
I mean, the under set at like 75.5, dude. If it was Kobayashi, it'd be set at like 44.
He's in the mountains right now training. 10 years. Just come out
Still
of
doesn't get the
retirement.
call.
If he was really the GOAT, he would have figured out the
Do it.
contract disputes. Come on, man.
Yeah, and is he competing for anyone else? Like, is he like competing for the
I tried to look
AEW
into this yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think he's just like gone. I tried to look into this yesterday.
I went
think
down
he's
a
just,
rabbit
like,
hole.
gone.
He tried to go to like competing hot dog contests on the 4th of July. They just never got the same steam.
That's a shame.
This is great content.
Yeah, no, I think so. All right, let's go to the questions. Cheeto Pancakes is up first. What's up, Ariel? The great Eddie Hearn said he expects the Tyson Fury and Francis Ngannou fight to be next, but he also said it could be an exhibition. If that ends up true, how much intrigue would be removed from that fight? Would it generate less buzz if it doesn't count against either fighter's professional record? First of all, I love the fact that Eddie's the one breaking this news when it has nothing to do with him or Matchroom. It's Tyson Fury, who's a Queensberry guy / top rank guy, and Francis Ngannou, who's kind of solo. I'm sure they all love that. You'll recall Frank Warren on Wednesday of last week told me that he's working on a game-changing announcement for Tyson Fury, and my immediate response was, is it Francis Ngannou? Because there's nothing in boxing that would be game-changing, right? If it's him versus Joshua, if it's him versus Usyk, if it's him versus anyone, that's not game-changing. But the Ngannou fight, to me, is game-changing because it's the lineal boxing heavyweight champion against a lineal MMA heavyweight champion. That's game-changing. To the question, and I tried to poke around, and it does seem like there's smoke to that fire, but everyone's keeping their lips very, very, very sealed at the moment. I have two questions. A, is it real or is it exhibition? Is it a pro bout or exhibition? I hope it's a pro bout. Exhibition does take some luster away. Second question would be, and I would throw this out to the group and wait for their answer in a moment. Is an exhibition against Tyson better than a regular fight against a Chisora or a White, which probably isn't happening, or some lesser heavyweight? I say yes. 1 second on your response. Third, all those people that said Francis bottled it, if he ends up getting a Tyson fight, exhibition or not, do you still say he bottled it? Or will you admit that you maybe jumped the gun and were a little too quick to write the guy off? And so let's go back to the second question. I say, even if it is an exhibition, and for the record, I would prefer it not be one. What the hell is that? Like, let's see the real fight, just like we saw May Mac be a real fight. Even if it is an exhibition, to me, it's still more intriguing than Francis versus some no-namer. Agree or disagree, New York Rick?
100% agree. Yeah.
GC?
I've no interest in Francis versus no-namer because I actually think he'll lose to the no-namer, and that sucks, like, as an outcome. A loss to Tyson Fury doesn't kill your boxing chances. It just kind of resets the equation. So, yeah, big time would rather see that.
Okay, we're in agreement there. What about you, GC?
And we're talking like absolute like no-namer that like it gets announced and we're just like, I don't know who that is.
Honestly, no-namer or lower level, like I said, like a
Derek
Chisora.
Chisora or something. If it's an exhibition and there's like no knockdowns and it just doesn't even really feel like a full fight, it just kind of feels like they're going out and sparring, I would rather see the Chisora fight.
You would rather see the Chisora fight because it would just be a legit fight and may the best man win.
Yes, like when I saw this announcement that it would be an exhibition and there's no knockdowns and whatever other rule stipulations would come with it, immediately my interest took a hit.
Okay, that's fair. That's totally fair. And I can guess that a lot of people are going to say that. And that leads us to the second question. If it ends up being an exhibition, and by the way, at this moment, I don't know, but I mean, why would Eddie get that wrong? I don't know. Maybe he's trying to screw things up. At this point, if it ends up being Tyson, but it's an exhibition, will people still say that he bottled it?
I think it depends on the payday. It all depends on the payday.
I mean, it's still
And the rules, like, is it like an exhibition? Like, are they really just going to go out there and just like let it go? But if Tyson Fury loses,
Why
it doesn't
exhibition?
count
I don't
towards his
understand
record.
this. The exhibition only favors Tyson in the sense that, like, Floyd does these exhibitions because he wants to keep his record intact, right? The perfect record. What is Tyson Fury afraid that he's going to lose to Francis that bad? Like, what is that? Why exhibition? I don't understand that.
but neither is Floyd Mayweather afraid that he's going to lose to John Gotti the third,
but he
or
could slip
God
on the
knows who he
banana
fought
peel.
before that.
He could slip on the
know.
banana.
Yeah,
He's
so
15.
that's it. So that's the same thing for Tyson.
but
He's in his prime right now.
Tyson Fury could much more slip on a banana peel to Francis Ngannou than
Correct.
Mayweather
But-
could
but-
to John Gotti.
But
That
Floyd
matters
did the
a lot
one.
more to Francis.
But Floyd did do the one against Conor and the 50-0 one. Like he did the big one.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that was the
Giant,
last one he
massive
did.
payday.
All right, so give us one. Give us Tyson versus Francis.
Now, Tyson is not on the way out. Tyson is firmly in his prime right now, fighting guys who are championship level. I understand it from Tyson's perspective. Obviously, if I'm Ngannou and team, I'll be pushing for it not to be, like, no doubt in my mind. But I understand why Tyson Fury would prefer an exhibition. Makes a lot of sense.
Take some luster away. I'm all in. I would love it. And give me Tyson versus Francis exhibition over Francis versus
Me too.
anyone, who's not in the top 5 or whatever. But I
Me
just,
too.
It definitely takes some steam away from me. You're going to tell me you're going to get two of the biggest names at heavyweight into a ring and one of the biggest power punchers to ever fight in MMA, and we're not going to be able to see any knockdowns?
We've seen these exhibitions, and except for cases where, like, Floyd Mayweather is toying with people, they tend to turn into fights. They tend to just basically turn into
brawls,
fights.
like Gotti and
But that was turning into a fight, right?
No, I know.
The only reason that kind of played out that way was because Floyd Mayweather is just so much better than John Gotti that he could literally, like, look into the crowd and do whatever he wants. That's a skill gap, but it turns into a fight. It ends up kind of inevitably being a fight. And I'm okay with Francis Ngannou versus Tyson Fury.
If it ends up being an exhibition, I still think people will find a reason to complain and be like, he left the UFC for this. He left.
But what if the payday is massive?
1000%.
Then
of
what's
course.
the?
They're going to find something.
15 million or something.
They're going to
for-
find something to show.
do an exhibition, yeah. But
I mean, God bless him. God bless him. What more could you want? If he gets an exhibition and he gets a massive 15, 20, 25 million dollar payday, the man has won the game. There's no doubt about it.
Especially when, like, a month ago, it seemed like he was completely on the outside looking in, right? It seemed like
This is boxing.
Yeah.
This
that
is
just seems like
this is
so much to
freaking
pay for
boxing.
an exhibition.
Well,
Well,
see.
I mean, they're hoping that it'll generate. Yeah, I mean, I definitely understand why people will be cooled off by exhibition. No doubt. I'm not stupid. I understand it. But to your point, like, I'd rather see this than, like, him fighting somebody that you're not going to buy the fight anyway. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Well, why would I buy Francis Ngannou versus X random fighter that I don't buy even when it's not Francis Ngannou? Why do I care?
All right. Next up, Debo. Shalom, Ariel. Just wondering how your experience was in England at Money in the Bank. Have you noticed any changes since Endeavor purchased WWE? Does it seem like the wrestlers like the change? I think it's too soon. I think the biggest change is Vince is a lot more in charge or in the mix, has a say. There was a period where he had no say. Now he definitely has a say. I don't think he is as present, but I think he has a say from back home. So that is a big change. I don't think there's a lot. The Endeavor thing isn't done just yet, and so there's not so much that can happen. We remember when Endeavor purchased UFC, it took some time, and then around October, so they purchased it in July, took some time, then in October you saw some layoffs. Hope the same thing doesn't happen, but you never know when it comes to these mergers. This one isn't quite done just yet. It was announced in April that was the plan. And so if it gets done in the next few months, then we'll see what happens. And of course, this one is a lot more complex because they're bringing the two entities together and spinning it off into this TKO entity, which will then become a public company. So there's a lot more at play here. But my overall experience was great. I thought it was a tremendous card. GC actually put a little lumber on Money in the Bank and still, correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't know what happened, right?
Still no clue.
By the way, why did it seem like you were running somewhere and then like, where did you go?
We're
a weird sound.
we're hearing a weird noise back here. And we're trying to figure out if it's my computer or not.
Oh, weird.
I don't think it is. So yeah,
I
still have no clue, no idea of the
Well,
results.
I told you Logan was the lock, right? It came down to Logan and LA Knight.
And then we were going to take the non-Roman, the Usos.
Yes. So, unfortunately, in a surprise to me, neither Logan nor LA Knight won. LA Knight not winning was a very predictable thing, in my opinion, because I don't think they were going to go that deep with him thus far. I thought Logan was going to win. Actually, there was a period where there was a spot where Logan was on the ropes with Ricochet, and it didn't seem like he had his bearings. And then they went through a table, and it legit looked like he broke his neck. I don't know if you saw that floating around, but I was very concerned for him.
Might have seen that.
Those like ladder matches and all that are very scary. I did reach out to him afterwards and ask him if he was okay, and he said he was okay. But like that was super scary. Like he went head first. Anyway, it ended up being Damian Priest, who I think was a bit of a dog.
Oh, I had to have been a big dog because LA Knight was like a minus 400.
Yeah.
To win.
So a little bit of a surprise there.
Shout out to Damian Priest.
Damian Priest, Pride of Puerto Rico. Not sure if I agree with that one, but good guy, and they're running with this. Eventually Judgment Day is gonna fizzle and all this stuff. Did we do anything on the women's Money in the Bank? Because all week I was saying Io Sky was gonna win. Did we do anything or no? We should have.
No, I don't think so. I think we just decided on Logan Paul and the Usos.
Okay, well the Usos did win.
Let's
so
go.
congratulations.
Let's go. I actually didn't end up placing any of the bets. I forgot.
For fuck's sake. Well, all right. So
I would have known the results had I placed the bets.
Yeah, I was surprised that you didn't know. I thought you did place a bet, but that makes sense. You were out in Miami, so who could be bothered, truly. But I will say I was a little bit wrong on that one because I thought that the reason why the Usos were going to win is because they were going to pin Solo Sikoa so that Roman Reigns' streak of not being pinned almost 4 years now would continue. And in the end, he put him over. He got pinned clean. So that was a bit of a shocker. Overall fun event. I really enjoyed the women's Money in the Bank match, especially the finish. Becky and Bayley were handcuffed. John Cena making a surprise appearance was fun. Crowd was super hot. They were chanting all kinds of crazy like soccer chants. And luckily I was with a lot of Brits who were explaining me the chants because I didn't understand what the hell was going on. Like there's one funny one where there's like a car song and a commercial, and they sing it at different matches, but I think it's like a West Ham thing, and we're close to West Ham where O2 is. And so there's a player there, and they all start singing, I sold my car to some guy with a name like that, like the song like da na 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 da na 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 da na na na. You know that song? Anyway, in the middle of the men's Money in the Bank, they were singing, I sold my car to Santos Escobar. I sold my... And I was like, what is going on here? What are they singing? And then they explained to me the backstory there. So that was really fun. Yeah, all the matches were fun. The crowd was great. Being in England was great. Did a live show on... I did a show on Friday with Akin Fenway, who has the record for the highest strength in FIFA history. A former soccer player who has the record for like the strongest player in FIFA video game history. That's kind of a cool thing. So that was fun. Didn't go to sleep on Saturday night. Went straight to the airport. That was not so fun. Yeah. Other than that, it was good times.
That's exciting.
Yeah. But I did enjoy it, and I love going over there, and everyone's so nice. Moderator Lewis jumping in. Ariel and the best crew in town. Fresh off a stellar visit to the UK. Welcome back. I have something very important to bring to the table. On Thursday, June 29th, you were interviewed by IFL TV. A tremendous chat covering the hot topics in the world of boxing. On closing this interview, you said the following. GC may have the footage. Do you have the footage?
Yeah, let's go ahead and run it.
Do you really?
By the way, I just want to say that this video is definitely going to get more views than Eddie Hearn video, and also definitely any Gareth A. Davies video. And if it doesn't, I am going to retire from talking about boxing for the rest of my life.
Wow. Holy shit. By the way, I didn't know that you had that clip.
Roll microphones for you.
Yeah, we've got it. We also do have the updated views count. Yeah,
oh, fuck. Okay, I'm afraid to keep reading. This video is definitely going to get more views than anybody. You just heard it. If we review the tape, Eddie's video released the same day has 160% more views, 82K.
Yeah, we have it right here, yeah.
What?
Yeah, about 9,500.
Wow, I got less than Gareth?
Yeah, Gareth A. Davies, 11K, unfortunately. And then Eddie Hearn, all of these 5 days ago, by the way, and then Eddie Hearn, 92,000. About 10 times.
Oh, well, look at that. I mean, look at that thumbnail. Look at that thumbnail.
That is a good thumbnail.
It's a shocked face. Look at my thumbnail. Go back to my thumbnail.
I mean, you look.
Mine is just like I'm doing like what is that?
You're waving someone directions to the bathroom.
You both look pretty energized. I also have to say, I love I'm bleep sick and tired of Fury, and then yours is I'm so bleep.
And I you know what? I don't even know. I don't even know if I actually said that. Did I say I'm so bleeping tired? I don't even know if I said that.
Do you see the little quotes?
I don't know.
That means you said it.
No, I don't even know if I said that. And so there's a part of me that feels.
In that video?
What's that?
Your voice sounded like I may have exported that wrong. It almost sounded like your voice was like partially in slow motion. Sorry, continue.
Well, I feel a bit betrayed here from both you and moderator Lewis because I thought you guys would have my back and say X, Y, and Z, you know. But I am actually reading. The fact that we're bringing this up and highlighting it makes me feel a certain way. But he does, save the situation by stating this. It's clear to me that your foray in the world of boxing is being suppressed. The algorithm is denying you the opportunity to conquer a third sport. Much love and happy birthday week. So, I don't know. It feels like I'm being a little bit played here.
I just did what the boss man told me to do.
Who's the boss man? Moderator Lewis? He's calling shots here?
Moderator Lewis, hit me up, man. I told all them. I just do what the man says.
What in the world?
No resistance for Lewis.
By the way, 100%. 100% it's the algorithm. My interviews, then Gareth, Eddie, I was kind of joking.
Yeah, we want to talk about the thumbnails. Gareth is just him holding a Diet Coke. No favors were done for him.
I got to the building on Thursday morning completely jet lagged. Gareth walks up to me with his fucking iPhone. And he's like, man, my fucking thing was on this whole time.
And then you complain about the battery being dead.
He's like, let's do an interview right now. Let's do an interview. I'm like, Gareth, can you just give me a second? It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. Do we have to do this? Follows me into the elevator and is asking me a bunch of questions. I'm actually really shocked that I did less. I bet you I bet you the comments on my video are more positive than Gareth's comments. That's for sure.
We have that too.
Stop
I'll
it.
go ahead and start.
I can't. You know what? I feel. Moderator Lewis texted me that he had a really good question for this week, and I was excited. Now I feel a little bit betrayed. I'm not gonna lie. I feel betrayed. I feel like you guys are trying. I hear enough like stick to MMA nonsense when I've forgotten more about the sweet science than any of these jabrones will ever know. And now I get this from you guys.
You're saying you guys. This is all moderator Lewis.
You seem very excited to show the footage.
I hadn't even seen the footage before we played it.
Proves, by the way, that I don't even read the questions in advance because I never would have let this one slide. This is why I have a moderator, to embarrass me on my own show.
He was nervous on whether you'd let it go or not.
I wouldn't have. I'll tell you that much. I would not have.
I think that's going to be heartbreaking for him to find out.
We move along. Andre Toth. Hi, Ariel. Andre from Hamilton, Ontario here. Just wondering how many pay-per-view points or how pay-per-view points would work for the upcoming bout between Alexa Grasso and Valentina Shevchenko. Yes, it was announced last week. September. I love this idea, by the way. By the way, clip this one off. We're being very positive on today's show. So for everyone who's like, oh, you hate the UFC. Oh, you're obsessed with hating on the... Like, it's laughable because all we do is shower them with praise constantly. Like this, I shower them with praise. September 16th, brilliant fight night at T-Mobile, Mexican Independence Day weekend. Only thing better would be if it was happening in Mexico, but they beat Canelo to the punch apparently, and Canelo's now fighting September 30th against Jermell Charlo, not Jamal Charlo, which was a surprise to some in that world, the ones who are on the beat. Not me, because I'm way more entrenched. But this is fun because it's a fight night, and it seems like they're putting a lot of Latina fighters on the card. And I love this. Kelvin Gastelum on the card, Tracy Cortez on the card. Now, I don't know if we're going to get Brandon Moreno or Yair Rodriguez, but this is fun. As for the question, why, like about the pay, everyone's different, and sometimes they may offset it and say, hey, you're fighting on a fight night, we'll give you a little bit more to offset. And oh, by the way, some champions don't get pay-per-view points. DJ didn't get for a minute, Stipe didn't get for a minute, so it can go either way. I think for someone like Alexa to fight on an international, like a big event like that and be the headline and for her country, like this is a big deal. Again, the best scenario would be her fighting in Mexico. This is the closest thing, so it seems like she would be okay with it. And then, of course, if that was a pay-per-view, I don't know if it's getting a ton. Now, if it's the co-main of a huge card like a Jones or a Conor, maybe it's getting more. I'd like to think that she looked at all the scenarios and determined that this would be a good thing for her in her career. Finally, have noticed that you haven't been doing the darts lately. Would love a darts rematch between yourself and the guys. Frank in a mysterious mask, of course. Take care. Yeah, you just kind of have to feel out the situations. And recently, it hasn't felt like it was, I don't know, apropos. But we still have it. We'll still do it. It's just when we had Izzy and stuff short on time, and then we had the back-to-backs, and I don't know. You go through moods. That's all. Mike A. Hey, Ariel. Any update on Jamal versus Yuri? Feel like things have been silent for a bit. If Yuri isn't recovered from his injury, who would likely be the next person in line to fight for the belt? I think they really want it to be Yuri. And I suspect it happens in this fourth quarter. But as you can see, a lot of champions need fights. And, they're putting Alexa on a fight night. So let's see what happens. Maybe Abu Dhabi would be weird for Sydney. Or maybe wait for New York. Tough one. But I suspect it happens in this fourth quarter. It's tough, though, because Jamal won his belt in January. And he will have not fought for, 10, 11, 12 months. And he was healthy. Shitty situation. On an unrelated pro wrestling note, if you could pick 4 current wrestlers from any promotion to be the cornerstones of a new company for the next decade, who would you pick and why? Thanks and shout out to the crew. Wow, what a tough one. Well, I guess you have to go with Roman Reigns. I would put MJF in that mix. That's a really tough one. Four current. I mean, Cody's a really big star right now. I'd probably put him as well. And then should I put an up-and-comer? Maybe a Gunther. Gunther's really good. I feel like I'm forgetting someone right now. Sammy. People love Sammy. Can do a little bit of everything. I'll go Roman, Sammy, MJF. Who was the fourth? There was someone else that I mentioned. Roman, Sammy, MJF. I just mentioned someone and I forget who it was. Anyone remember? You guys all checked out? Roman, maybe, was it Gunther maybe? Roman, Sammy, Gunther, MJF?
Sounds right to me.
Yeah. Oh, Cody.
No.
Yeah. Roman. I'm going to go 5. Roman, Sammy, Gunther, MJF, Cody. That's what I'm going to go with. It's a good question. Tough one. Wrestling's on fire. Wrestling's on fire. Dun, 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 dun. Wrestling's on fire. Ben P. Hello, Ariel. 2 quick ones, if I may. If Robert Whittaker beats DDP, do you think he is next in line for the title shot, or do you think the UFC might go with Sean Strickland? Depends on if he's healthy. If he is healthy, I say they go with him. Sydney makes all the sense in the world. Sean is also much more likely for the quick turnaround. Yes, if he's banged up, they go with Sean. Also, just wondered if you've heard anything regarding a Leon Edwards fight date. The only month available seems to be September. Is that the likely date for Leon versus Colby? No, that's another one. Where does it fit? Sydney? Weird. Putting him with Izzy? Weird. I mean, not weird, but that's a stacked Sydney pay-per-view. Do they create a date? Do they put him in Abu Dhabi? Weird. Colby and MSG makes a lot more sense. That's kind of where I think it goes. A lot of Brits here. That's where I would do it. MSG. New York, Colby, America's champ against the Brit. Like it. Hello, Ariel. Thoughts on UFC London from Ali Wild Dash. O2 is usually rocking, as it was last Saturday for MITB. Hell yeah, it was. That was an incredible crowd. However, with it struggling to sell in high ticket prices, which has just been reduced, it feels like this is going to bomb. Yeah, I mean, the last few cards have been great. This one is not stacked. And I really do think that they went back to the O2 well too many times. If they were going to Manchester, if they were going to Nottingham, if they were going to, I know they can't go to Liverpool because of the weird Marks and Spencer renaming the arena nonsense. I think they went to O2 too many times. I know that's the epicenter, but if you're bringing great cards and then you come back with a lesser card, it's going to struggle to sell. Plus, the ticket prices are insane. Right now, Tommy Aspinall against Marcin Tybura is a fine main event. It's equal to the other main events that we had. But there is no denying that the rest of the card isn't the same. The second to last fight is Molly McCann against Julia Stolyarenko. Not the typical co-main for these cards. Jai Herbert against Fares Ziam. Lerone Murphy against Joshua Kulibau. Nathaniel Wood against Andre Fili. Very fun fight. Andre Muniz against Paul Craig. Michael Parkin against Jamal Pogues. Davey Grant on the card. Mark J. Casey against Joel Alvarez. Very fine fight. Chris Duncan against Yanala Shmooz, our boy. Danny Roberts against Johnny Parsons. Caitlin Vieira against Pani Kianzad. Brian Barberina is on the card as well. But it is Shauna Bannon of Ireland making her debut. You know, it's a fine European card. It's just not the level that we've gotten at these London cards in the past. So, you know, it's a lesson learned. They went back to the well, and I think, you know, you go back so many times and you come back with maybe a thinner card, it's going to struggle. Now, I'm sure it's going to do great ticket prices and the gate is going to be great and they're going to say it's a sell and all that, but there's no denying that the talent, you know, a lot of those guys are missing this time around. I think if they would have gone to a Newcastle, something like that, they would have been just fine. That's the type of card that it is, but they're going back to the O2. Hut, hey Ariel, I was so hyped to have the Motown Phenom back in the Octagon, but that did not go. Oh, good one. The way I was hoping. Yeah, that's a tough one. He always looks so great in the lead up and seems to ooze machismo. R.I.P. Scott Hall. But man, did you see Kevin Lee, age 30, being contender at welterweight? Was coming back to the UFC a mistake. Where are his best fights if he went elsewhere? Thanks, everyone. That's just a tough fight and really a no upside fight for him. I'm surprised he took it. Maybe that was the only fight that he could take. Maybe that was the only stipulation because not a big name, super, super tough, at the apex, no buzz. I would have thought that they would have given him someone a little bit older so that he could get back on track. But his relationship with the brass has always been a little bit weird. And of course, he was a casualty of the CAA war with the UFC. But he's now being represented by Dominance. So I thought maybe he'd get a more favorable matchup, but maybe that's all he could get in his return. I suspect he gets at least one more. But I thought from the get-go that was a very weird fight to get in his return and a weird setting as well. And, yeah, just a tough go for him. That guy's really, really good and not a big name, so the upside isn't that great where people are like, oh, my God, it's not like he's fighting a Shavkat or a Hamza and everyone's buzzing about it. He's just a really tough, lesser-known guy. And then that happens. You're like, oh, wow, Kevin lost to a lesser-known guy. Where's he at? Tough fight for him. So hopefully he gets a bit of an easier go in this next fight so that he can get back on track. Let's put a pin in the questions. Our next guest is waiting. We'll get back to them on the back end. Still to come, Cory Sandhagen. Stay tuned for that. Always love talking to him. He's fighting a really tough guy next, Umar Nurmagomedov. But our next guest made an announcement a couple of days ago. He is back promoting another event, has been very busy. We last spoke to him right after his last MMA fight. He retired in April following his fight in Miami, but he is still going very strong in the fight game, announcing that he is promoting an event September 8th in Jacksonville, headlined by Fabricio Verdum versus Junior Dos Santos 2, a fight that happened back at UFC 90 in 2008, a fight that was won by a debuting Junior Dos Santos against Fabricio Verdum, a shocking knockout win. They're going to run it back in Gamebred Bareknuckle MMA, September 8th in Jacksonville. Of course, when you're talking about Gamebred, you're talking about Jorge Masvidal. Here he is, Mr. Gamebred himself, the pride of Miami, Mr. 305. What's happening, Jorge? How are you, my man?
What's up, my boy? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Is life good? Retired life good?
Retired life is freaking pretty damn good, you know. I can't complain. I got no complaints, man. Life is good. I'm spending a lot of time with my family, making money. I can't complain, man. Life is good, man.
You're just chilling. By the way, did you just have lunch or something? Do this for me. You got some stuff in your beard. I want you to look good. You see, I look out for you. See, other people wouldn't say that to you. See, I look out. I look out. I got your back.
Motherfucker looks out for me, man.
Yeah, much respect. All right, so you're making money where? In the promoting game or in other walks of life?
Other walks of life, like slow and steady with little businesses that I've set up throughout time. But mainly in the promoting, man, we're breaking strides every time. More and more. We got this show coming up September 8th, JDS versus Verdum. Then we have another show in November, another show in December. So we're keeping them lined up. The next card you're gonna freak out about too when you hear the main event versus main event type thing. So I'm pumped, man. I've been doing this my whole life, like I said. So I want to put fights together and make me go, holy smokes! I'm gonna spend my hard-earned money and time to go watch this or at least tune into it, you know. So when we come across matchups like that, I know I'm doing a solid job, you know.
By the way, I never asked you this. Was it always a dream for you to be a promoter, or is this something that came to you later in life?
No, later in life. When I first got into the first thing and only thing for me was fighting. It's like, that's it, you know. I'm born to fight and I want to fight, and I fought for as long as I could. And I had a blast doing it. Maybe like around 5 years ago is where I started thinking more about promoting. And then about 3 years ago is when I started to put it to the pencil to paper and putting on shows, doing all these things, being involved as much as I could as a promoter. So for about 3 years now that I've been doing it, I love it, you know. This is something I could definitely do.
Okay, and you're going strong. And by the way, last time I spoke to you was in April after your last fight. Any regrets about the announcement? Any itches coming back? Or I know it's just been 3 months since, but are you at peace with the decision?
You know, that's a hard one, man. To be at peace with it's something. Let's say I had played, you know, tic-tac-toe for 20 years in a row. You know, it'd be hard to just give up tic-tac-toe. Anything I think that you do is that, especially being a human being, that with features of habit, it's just rough. You know, there's some days that are tougher than other days. There's some days that I'm very moody and I don't even know why. And it's just like, man, I got to go get a good workout in and get all this bad energy and stress off of me. And that's it. And that's something that MMA always provided. It just kind of like, it's like therapy, you know? So I definitely got to keep myself in the gym always. And the itch to compete is always there. I mean, I go in the gym, some days I do phenomenal. I'm like, I haven't lost a beat. I need to get right back in there, you know, but it's, it ain't the same, you know? But yeah, of course I miss it. I love it. This is all I knew, all I did for such a long part of my life since I was a kid.
Well, you're still involved. You're at the gym, like you said, and you're promoting events September 8th, just announced, Jacksonville, JDS versus Verdum. Why are you running this back? And by the way, how do you decide? Because you also have the boxing. So, like, why isn't this a boxing match? How do you decide if it's going to be bare knuckle MMA or if it's going to be boxing?
A lot of different factors. You know, first and foremost, is we talk to the athletes. We give them opportunities. We have many different ways. We have a glove promotion as well, Icon Fighting Championship. We have the boxing and we have the bare knuckle. So when we're talking to athletes, it's kind of like, what would you want to do? You know, this is what the options that we have coming up. what would you want to do? And then we start working around that and building cards around that. We start up at the top, get the main event, get the city, and then from there we start to fill out the card.
Was this a hard one to put together?
Yeah, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. We've been working on this one for a couple months. JDS and Verdum's people are amazing on the individuals that handle them. The company's amazing on the management side, but it's just not easy when you got to fight of a big magnitude. We got to get guys what they want, this and that, arrange the things. You know, it wasn't the toughest thing in the world. There's been tougher fights that we've had to deal with, but it's just not the easiest thing in the world either. But it's definitely worth it. Every phone call, every night staying up late, doing this or that, it's well worth it at the end.
You like it?
I love it. I think our last show went amazing. Roy Nelson is a dog. Dylan Kleckler came to fight, but the way that it ended, I couldn't ask for a better ending. That's what a bare knuckle fight is. These guys are going at it toe to toe, blow for blow, not backing down. Then all of a sudden, it's over. One guy was dead. You know, it was crazy, man. The ending was insane. It was the best bare knuckle fight I've seen in person.
And by the way, and that was in Florida, so that was a big deal. I think it was the first one, right?
First legal.
Yes, of course.
Florida.
Yes, of course. There's been many a backyard. But you know, like those phone calls, are you involved in those? Like, are you the one calling up JDS or Verdum? Yeah.
You know, me and my partner Dean Toole split up a good amount of work. It depends. So like a guy like JDS, he still has his management and everything. But first, I could reach out to him because I've known him 10 years plus. He's at the gym. He's a stablemate. And hey, JDS, what are you doing on so and so day? Nothing. Why? Okay, let me talk to you. You know, and then I'll just give him like, you know, overview of the picture that we're trying to do, and then I'll have somebody with the details call him, hey, this is what we need, and blah blah blah. And then, you know, he'll introduce him to their manager. I think he's with Dominance.
We still got you.
Oh.
Oh, now we lost you. All right. There I am talking to myself. And yes, we have the poster for that, right? I don't know if you showed it already. Do you have the poster for that?
Here it comes.
What was that? Like, here's Johnny. Here's the poster. September 8th, Jacksonville, Florida. Does it say a venue there?
Yeah, it looks like it's at ViStar Veterans.
Oh, the infamous.
The best. VVMA.
This is part of the thank you for opening the doors in the early days of the pandemic. I'll never forget that first fight, UFC 90. I was on my honeymoon, believe it or not. Oh, there it is. There he is. I was on my honeymoon. Oh. You hear me?
I don't know what the hell happened. These iPhones are crazy.
Yeah, they are crazy. Yeah, they are. Honest. Why do I hear myself, Frank? Or not anymore? Do you hear me, Jorge?
It's loud and clear.
Okay. All right. So you made this fight. It's going down September 8th at the ViStar Veterans Memorial Arena. That's where they just had the UFC. You usually come bearing gifts, Jorge. And this time, I will admit, this is a shoot. Sometimes I know the fights in advance. This time I know nothing in advance. Do you have anything that you can share with us regarding this upcoming card?
I got a lot of stuff I can share with you, man.
All right.
How much do you want me to share with you, man?
Everything, if possible.
Well, we're also talking to Emiliano Sordi to be announced. He will be fighting on the card. We're tracking down his opponent. He will be on the card, representing Argentina.
Yeah.
That's going to be a hell of a fight. We're also talking to Hector Lombard, man.
Oh, the legend.
Maybe those guys are both on the card. We don't know. We have Anthony Njokuani versus Brandon Jenkins. That's one of my picks for fight of the night right there. That one's going to be... It's going to be a blockbuster, I feel. Especially bare knuckle. Both these guys love to get after it. So we got Irvin Rivera versus Joshua Means. It's going to be a good one, man. Here we go. Brandon Davis versus Ago Husick. Bare knuckle as well. We got some fights. And not everybody, it's not a diss everyone on fighters that fight with a glove, but not every fighter that fights with a glove is meant to do bare knuckle, you know? So we try to find the guys that'll be the right fit for bare knuckle, the guys that'll go through the pain. And a lot of times when guys get hit, they all of a sudden turn into a grappler in bare knuckle. Guys that I've never seen shoot for a takedown. As soon as they get even like a little jab to the face, they're just grappling and changing up their style, you know. So we have to find the right type of dogs for this event, you know.
And is it the same rules as MMA, just no gloves?
Same exact rules, just no gloves, your tape, your gauze, all that, but no gloves. That's the only rule change.
And in a cage?
in a cage, brother.
Dang.
Where would you want it at?
Well, I
Like
don't know.
an empty
Maybe
pool?
I don't know. Maybe. Did you ever fight in an empty pool?
Not fight, but like boxing gloves on with the homies in an empty pool for sure. Yeah.
Really? Wow. What's the weirdest place where you had a street fight?
I want to say a bathroom.
A bathroom?
Like a men's bathroom. Yeah.
Like it was legit, like, let's fight in the bathroom, or it just popped off in the bathroom?
Popped off in the bathroom.
Okay. But it wasn't like, meet me in the bathroom and let's do it. Like
No. There's 100 other places I'd rather meet somebody.
Yeah.
No. I mean, bathrooms. I think I got into a scrap in the church parking lot some time ago when I was like a kid, like 13, 14 years old.
Wow.
That's a weird one. Scrap. You know, that wasn't my best day. But yeah, definitely probably like a public bathroom. I got assaulted in one. These three guys, they weren't the wisest. And whatever, you know.
They jumped you?
No, they didn't jump me. They tried to, you know. And just, you know, I was actually in China. Chelsea Sonnen and Michael Bisping, they said the story. I told Bisping the story when we were catching a cab from like Chile to Argentina or something to go to the airport. And we were both in a cab ride, and he was there in China at the time when this happened. She's like, man, I heard this crazy rumor. Is this true? Did you get in a fight in China in the bathroom? And I was like, yeah, I did. You know.
Who was it with?
Some three random European guys. I was in the bathroom. I had like a nice chain on at the time, and I was waiting in line to wash my hands. I had just pissed. So these guys are behind me, and somebody picks up my chain with like their fingers like that and turns to his friend and starts saying something in a language that I'm not understanding. And I turn around very politely and I go like, hey, relax, bro. It's all good, you know? And then like go forward like this, like to get away with it, because he's literally grabbing my chain. Like I've never seen you in my life. You couldn't do that, you know? And then I'm here, I'm looking at the reflection in the mirror, and the guy goes like this and lifts up my chain like an ass. He goes like that to me, and he says something in whatever language he was speaking. So I was like, bro, I know what's gonna happen next. If these guys just keep doing it, they're gonna take everything I got, you know. So when I turned around, the guy got in my face, and then yeah, it was like a sleeping bomb went off in there.
Fuck. You knocked him out?
The fuck out, him and his two buddies.
Wow. You knocked all three out?
Yeah, because they all rushed me. The one dude got in my face. I told him to get back. He didn't understand me. He got a little closer. Boom. Down. His friends come rushing at me. What am I gonna do?
All in a bathroom.
All in the bathroom. And so here's the thing. I leave the bath. I wash my hands still after I'm done with them. I wash my hands. I go to the section where we're hanging out. And the dude that was like in charge of the group, he comes to me. He's like, hey man, check this out. Cops are in the way, right? Because they said somebody got beat up in the bathroom or whatever. In China, like if you go to jail, you don't see the judge, you don't get bailed for 10 days. So right or wrong, you're gonna be in there for 10 days if you do get arrested. And I wasn't gonna take that chance, so I just took off.
Where'd you go?
Back to my hotel.
And no one came for you?
Nobody came for me.
Were you at the arena? Were you at a fight when this happened?
This was, yeah, the UFC brought me out there, and I was at a nightclub, and there's a bunch of UFC people there. Joanna was there. I remember seeing her. There was all types of people from the UFC was there, like guest fighters and stuff. So it was like a very good time. I was about to have the time of my life, and then this happened.
Wow.
So after that, I just got into a cabin and went back to my hotel and like hung out in the lobby, I think, and stuff.
Were you worried?
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
That is, did you think?
I didn't do nothing wrong. And I'm like, maybe China's weird and they have cameras in the bathroom. Perfect. Go fucking check this out. Like, these guys are trying to assault me. I'm not gonna, what am I gonna do?
Do you think
with a black eye, no chain?
Do you think they knew who you were?
No idea. I had no idea. These guys were just like drunk and fucking rowdy as hell and obnoxious. And they had some size to them. So I guess they were just like, you know, I was probably like not the biggest guy in the group at the time, you know?
Is that the most amount of people you ever knocked out by yourself? Like in a short span of time?
I think so. About 2, 3.
It's not bad.
I've been in numerous scraps in Miami, Florida, like period. And then Throughout the country, I've been in a couple as well. But in Miami, I've been in a lot of situations where it's like me and a friend against like 4 or 5 people when I was younger, and those were fun. This is like some of the funnest things actually I've done in my life. Like a friend of yours that could kind of scrap, and then you against a bunch of civilians.
But not recently, right?
No.
Oh, someone else is calling you. Maybe it's those guys from the bathroom.
Yeah, they want their dignity back.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of which, to a degree, I saw you and Jake Paul, and you guys put out this video, and I thought it was going to pop off. But now you guys are boys.
I wouldn't say boys, but we're getting along. We're talking. He kind of explained to me where he was coming from and stuff, and he was saying what he said, and I was like, all right, whatever. I get it. I wasn't like trying him, but I was just backing up my boy Woodley. I was very confident in Woodley's abilities. It didn't end up happening, whatever, but I was still confident in him then, still confident in him now. And he didn't like that, and he got sour about that, and whatever. We talked it out, and it's all good now.
Okay. So it wasn't contentious, or it wasn't like, there was no tension or anything like that when you were around him and his crew and all that?
No, when I first pulled up, I hadn't seen him in a while, so it was obviously tension. There was a lot of tension. I had a lot of security guards there and stuff. But as soon as I got out and I started talking to him and we shook hands, like I saw the vibe. Everybody was cool. Was nobody on some street shit, like trying to fucking come up on nobody. It was cool. He really didn't want any of that static, and I didn't either. I didn't understand why he got so upset that I said Willie was gonna beat him. Just whatever. It's my boy. What do you want me to say?
Of course. By the way, who do you think wins? Your old friend Nathan or him?
I'm just curious to see what Nathan, how he's been living his life. Has he been training? Has he been doing all the things you need to do to be able to compete? From what I hear from Jake stays pretty much training year round, and from what I hear from people in the circles, he comes a lot to Miami, so I always know he's at certain gyms. He's been staying in there grinding. It's boxing. It's his first boxing match. There's a lot of advantages that Jake has, I think, going into this fight. But all that being said, I mean, Nate is Nate. I could see him making this a dog fight, taking him to the later rounds, and then hitting the sprint after like round 5, 4 and up, just sprinting right at Jake. I don't think Jake's ever met. Nate's not the best athlete for sure, but he's never met a competitor like that just won't take no for an answer. If he doesn't knock out Nate dead, Nate's gonna find a way to get back up and get in his face and keep pushing that pace and make him run a hard mile, run after run after round after round. So I'm very interested to see this fight. It's kind of one of those where I wouldn't be surprised if this guy won or that guy won. I know that's a very broad answer, but I feel like either one of them could win on the right night.
You're sitting on the fence.
Yeah, I'm sitting on that's a good term, right? I'm sitting on the fence.
You're not picking a winner.
Not on this one. I'm not. I'm looking at my home and let me see who you got.
Think Nate.
We got Nate. Who you got?
I don't know.
Nate and Jake.
I got Nate, man.
We got 2 Nate dudes right here,
All right.
So go with Nate, man.
I mean, you kind of have to go with Nate, right? Like that's your community. I'm not allowed to pick a winner because I'm working the card. Sorry, them's the rules.
This guy, huh? You plead the 5th?
I plead the 5th. I'm sorry. By the way, the week I've been dying to ask you this question. Week before that, the BMF title is back.
Yes,
how do you feel about this? How do you feel about them resurrecting the BMF title? Dustin Poirier, Justin Gaethje. You love it.
I love it. Keep it alive. Pick the right fighters to do it that are gonna fucking give their life. I mean, the first BMF fight was you got to see what it should be about. Guys trying to kill each other, and no matter what, pushing forward through it. Because if the referee doesn't stop that, I literally would have to kill Nate Diaz because he was gonna keep coming, and I was more than ready to kill him. But that's what it needs to be. Like when you get in there, you gotta understand, man. You gotta go for it all. You gotta put on a show for these motherfuckers around the world, live, everybody. And I think they picked the right 2 candidates to do that. Obviously, I'm leaning heavy towards Dustin, not just because he whooped his ass the first time and mopped him up, but I think he's going to do it the second time and even better and cleaner. And, man, Dustin's just good, bro, and he keeps getting better, bro. I'm in the gym. I see him. This guy's just getting better, man. I think he's going to hit Gaethje because Gaethje's going to be trying to catch up from all the mistakes that he did last time. And let me not do this and let me do that, but without saying too much, I think D's gonna catch him by surprise with some new things that he's got on the works there, and it's gonna end up being a great fight. And my boy
DP.
Dustin with his hair, DP, another belt to his collection. It's gonna be a great night, man.
Did they tell you? Did they call you? Did they give you the heads up when they announced that they were bringing the belt back?
They asked me to do some interviews and stuff like that. We didn't get around to it. But it's not like they told me or anything like formally. They just told me, hey, after the fight got announced, like 2 weeks later, and they told me, hey, do you wanna do these interviews and stuff?
Okay, but would you have preferred to know in advance, or did you not care?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like knowing or not knowing does anything. It's not like my yes or my no means anything, you know.
Yeah, just out of
a
respect, since you had the belt, you know.
It's a company, it's a business, and they run in and call the final shots, you know. I'm even happy that they asked me for any of my input as far as like if I want to do interviews and things leading up to it, you know.
Are you going to be there?
I will not be there for that one. I really want to. I'll be watching live for sure, like on a TV or on my phone, but I will not get to be there physically in person for that one.
I feel like The Rock put the belt around your waist. The cool gesture would have been you putting the belt around the new winner's waist, right?
That's like that, man. That's what Dana. Let me go over there.
Yeah.
Put the belt on Dustin's waist. Let's do it, Dana. Hunter, come on, make it happen. But I don't know who they're gonna end up picking and choosing. But I 100% agree with you.
It has to be you.
Then, right? And then Dustin gives a belt to the next
Yes.
guy. And it's called tradition, but
so just for the record, because I could put in the call right now and make this happen probably in 2 minutes. For the record, you're available if asked, but you haven't been asked.
I wasn't available, but I could move things around for something of that.
Yes.
You know, I'm moving mountains for some of that magnitude. You know.
Okay. Well, that's a good. By the way, why did you never defend the title?
Because there was no other bad motherfuckers, but we were gonna. I would have loved to have done it with Usman, you know, put it up against Usman, you know, when he had the belt, something like that, you know. That would have been cool. But then after that, I fought the cop calling ass bitch. I mean, that bitch ain't no bad motherfucker, dog. That dude saying he can't fight because I gave him brain damage. You see, that dude can't fight for the title. Gilbert's a bad motherfucker, but we were both, you know, I mean, at least me, I was coming off a loss, so it kind of didn't make sense. You know, but maybe I'll come back and defend it later or something.
Oh wow! Now you're leaving the door open for a comeback 3 months later.
Since I left, I've always said I'm gone for now, but I don't know if I'll be back later, man. I love this sport so much. It's like those days that I do good in the gym. It's like counterproductive because now I'm like, I told you, Mike Brown, I'm ready to go back in there. And you know that Mike Brown is blowing smoke on my ass. Man, you never look better. And then before you know it, I'm booking a fight, you know. But then I'm like, nah, I can't. You can't.
My prediction is you do fight in some capacity, boxing, MMA. We will see you again. That's my prediction.
I would 100%, a million% would love to do boxing just because, you know, if on more simple terms, if I had to make a living off any of the skills involved in MMA, like grappling, jiu-jitsu, wrestling, kickboxing, all of them, you break up the arts, the one that would favor me the most to make income for myself would be boxing, straight boxing, because it's a thing that I took more natural to since a kid, since I started all the arts. Kicking came to me, but it was a little bit more work, more everything. Boxing was like easy for me, like a fish to water. I never had a problem in that realm.
So you think that that's something that's possible?
You know, with the permission of Dana, Hunter, and the UFC, I would love to do a fucking nice boxing match. But, you know, if it comes around, it comes around. I'll go ask for permission then, you know.
Why do you need their permission? Because you're still under contract?
Still under contract, my brother. I'm retired, but that doesn't mean a lot of people think when you're retired, you just break contracts like that. Like, nah, my contract's right then and there. It's frozen by them, and if I ever compete, it has to be for them, you know.
Okay.
Terms are terms.
Right. And by the way, one person, very much in the know person, told me that one of his theory as to why you never defended the BMF title was because they didn't want to give you pay-per-view points. Because if you're a champion defending a title, they have to give you pay-per-view points. Do you think there's any truth to that? Okay. All right. We keep it quiet. By the way, can I ask, and I totally understand if you don't want to, is everything okay with your dad?
He's in good health, but he's not in a good place.
Okay. Are you able to talk about that?
He has an ongoing case, but all I can say right now is that right now he's behind bars. He's in jail right now.
Oh man, how is that for you?
Sucks, bro. Sucks.
He's like your best friend, no?
Yeah, and since like 14, I was visiting him in these programs in jail and going to prisons and stuff. So it like sucks, you know. And then he got out when I was like 22, about to be 23, and now he's back in there, you know. So it just sucks. It's not cool, definitely.
And where do things like? Are you confident it's gonna all work out? Like, how do you feel?
I can't really talk about that, man.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah. It's mountains of legalness and this and that, and you know. But I'm confident that the one thing I know is that my dad was defending himself, and in Florida there's this rule called the stand your ground rule. So we're putting a lot of emphasis on that and hoping that everything just works out how it should be, you know. And my faith is in God, and knowing that my dad really didn't commit anything wrong. He was defending himself and his family. Shit happens, you know. Now the thing is that with my dad, he does have an extensive background of being like a bad guy, you know, for other things he did when he was younger. When he first got to this country, he got in some trouble for other things like drug trafficking and stuff like that. But for this particular incident, he did nothing wrong, you know.
Okay. Well, wish you guys the best there. On a positive note, you have September 8th, Jacksonville. Is that your next event, or is there one between now and then in any of the other promotions?
No. September 8th is a go, and that's where we're focusing all our chips on. After that, we're gonna have a show October, close to early November, and then we're gonna close out the year with a show in December. And then next year,
okay,
12, I'm talking about 12.
12.
Fuck those. One a month, brother. You can't get me at. Hey, I'm gonna be everywhere in this motherfucker.
One a
Get
month.
all these bad motherfuckers to take the gloves off. Come over
12
here.
bare knuckle, or is it 12 knuckle boxing?
12 bare knuckle only.
Wow.
12 show. Yeah. And I'm telling you, I got motherfucking world beaters coming on. I got some dudes that, like, I keep, you know, making your eyes roll back when I tell you who's on that main event right before we get on the show. You're like, what? Same shit's gonna happen on the next card, and the next card, and the next card.
Okay. So are you done with boxing?
No. Wait, we're gonna have a boxing show this year for a fact.
Okay.
We'll be having a boxing show around October, November. We're still working on the names. I'm very close. I'm like 80% with a big famous heavyweight boxer versus another big famous heavyweight boxer.
Oh.
And if we could pull off this fight, it's gonna be news, man. It's gonna make headwaves.
The last lineup
boxing.
was crazy.
Yep, and we're trying to make it crazier this one, you know.
Yeah, Jeremy Stevens on there. He's now fighting on the Nate card. Jose Aldo's just fought this weekend. I mean, you're giving birth to whole new careers for these guys.
I'm loving it. You know, and these guys are coming to compete and lay it all down on the line. So it's something that we're gonna do for young guys, for old guys, for middle of the pack guys, for whoever wants to come fight and be a dog and go get your name out there. Let's go.
All right. So September 8th, was there any other news to break, or is that it for now?
That and now that you said it, I'll be breaking somebody's face in boxing hopefully next year.
Oh,
so
shit.
now you're thinking, man.
Wow.
Money I can go. Let me go fight one of these YouTube boxers out there.
You
bro.
want that?
I've been. Yeah, damn right, bro. Think about it. I've been training for this my whole life. Now I know it's not boxing, but it's combat that I've been training for. You talking about I'm gonna fight some guy that's been doing Twitch for like 5-6 years, and then he just found out that boxing is cool, and now they want to box me.
Can I throw one out your way? KSI is trying to fight Tommy Fury, but the fight is falling through. And I know they're looking for a new name for October in the UK. You know who KSI is, right?
Yeah,
he's
the
Logan's,
guy that fought.
He's the guy who fought Logan and Logan's business partner for the Prime drink. What about you're around the same weight? Jorge and KSI, you're like exactly the same weight.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I don't think that dude would ever take the fight.
You don't think so?
Are you kidding me? Hell no, bro. Are you kidding me?
I think I can make it happen.
Okay, and then I gotta call my people over at the UFC and be like, look, this is what's on the table. Give me permission. But no, that dude's not trying to die on TV. Like he's not. He's fighting these other dudes and he's barely surviving. You think he's gonna get in there with me? I mean, what does this guy do for a living?
Well, now he's been focusing a lot on boxing. He's in great shape.
Like I said, these fights that I want. These guys, been in this 2, 3, 4, 5 years? Come over here, please.
Jorge KSI.
That dude, that's a dude throwing elbows in boxing.
That's the one. That's the one. That's the one.
That dude's wilding out, but no, that guy don't want to die. I mean, he would hit me with that elbow, and I would just wink at him, and then he'd know, like, you're dead.
When this show's over, I'm gonna make a call or two. In the meantime, call up Dana and Hunter. Say my boy Ariel's working on a deal. You're cool with him, right? It's all good. Let's.
No, I was cool with him until I said my boy Ariel.
I think this could happen. They won't hold you back. They're good guys. They'll let you go.
No, Dana's a great guy. So is Hunter, and they're very business oriented, very business savvy. And at the same time, I feel like I got a good relation with them, with the both of them. We've been through a lot together. So I think if it just made sense for the promotion, for myself, I think that
this could happen. I think this could happen. I'm actually very excited about this. I really think this can happen. I'm gonna call some people. Last thing.
In the Gamebred Boxing, KSI, if you're listening, we'll pay you the money. We'll bring you on over. Yes, your sacrificial lamb, but check this out, bro. You're gonna get a nice little check for it, and it's gonna be on Gamebred Boxing because I don't box anywhere but Gamebred Boxing.
Could it be a co-promotion? Because he has his own promotion too, Misfits.
Co-promotion. It could be a co-promotion. Yeah, we could do something like that.
Okay. This is big. By the way, one last thing. 3 years ago, when you had all that stuff with your contract, you were talking about like unions and stuff like that. Do you think that's something in the works for you, or no? Are we done with that?
Me starting a union?
Yeah, or just being a part of it, not starting it, but like, is that something that you're interested in for the fighters? Because it seems like you're trying to help the fighters, especially the ones who are looking for stuff outside of the UFC. So this could be a way. Is it a possibility, or is it too far fetched at this point?
Fighters are very, as I said 3 years ago, fighters are very individual creatures, right?
Yeah.
And we all need to be like one voice under one roof and moving towards a greater good. And not to diss any of my fellow fighters and the lady fighters as well, but we're very individual creatures, and it's kind of hard to all just rally up behind one voice. So that I hope that MMA makes strides in the paychecks and starts making the money that a lot of us deserve. Hell yeah, I'm all for it. But I don't know if the union's the right way. I don't know if the commission's finally recognizing that, if boxing commissions are doing if boxing commissions are the one officiating over us, why isn't the Muhammad Ali Act in place and for us? There's a lot of things that could happen that the fighters don't even have to get together on. There's a lot of things. The Muhammad Ali Act itself would change the game overnight. Not necessarily always for the good, but for most of it would be great. I think I don't know if a union is the right way or not. Because it's tough, man. The way that the UFC does it. There's always a new guy. So you got all these other guys sitting out here, and then they're like, okay, sit out. We'll bring up all these other guys up faster now. So it's a lot, man, but it could be done.
Okay. All right. Good luck September 8th. Tickets on sale?
Tickets on sale.
Where platform TBD, broadcast partner TBD?
The platform is TBD because we're on a couple platforms right now. We're gonna announce it within like 2 weeks who we'll be showing live on. And you can get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
All right. Good luck, Jorge. Great stuff. Can't wait for you versus KSI as well. That's gonna be a big month for you, September 8th, and then you versus him in you want to say something? What's going on? All good?
Say it again.
Oh no, I was gonna say I can't wait for you. You September 8th, Gamebred MMA, Bare Knuckle MMA, and then you versus KSI in October. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, but I think you said that wrong because you said you should have said I can't wait to see you September 8th because you said you're coming.
Oh yeah. Well, we have to. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that offline.
This dude, man. You asked me to come in New York, I'm there in a heartbeat, man.
You've never been in studio. You've never been in studio.
That's a lie, motherfucker.
You have
That's a lie.
Not in this one. Not in this one. That's an old one. That's the old studio. This is a new studio.
You don't want me in that studio. I heard there's thugs ain't allowed in there.
Nah, you're always welcome. You're always welcome, my guy.
No thugs in there yet, man.
Much love, Jorge. Thank you as always. Great stuff.
Thank you, my boy.
Peace.
Friday, tickets go on sale. Ticketmaster.
Friday.
Fabricio Verdun versus JDS, the baddest motherfuckers in the world with no gloves, going at it, fucking to the death. Let's go. These are the biggest free agents I could find that are willing to take their gloves off and lay it all on the line. Don't miss out.
Love it. Good luck to you guys. There it is. Friday on Ticketmaster, JDS versus Fabricio Verdun 2. Gamebred Bareknuckle MMA. Sheesh. All right, let's not keep our last guest of the day waiting. Last week, you'll recall, on the nose, TST asked me a question. Why haven't you gotten Cory Sandhagen, my favorite fighter, he said, on the show? Is it getting hard to get Cory Sandhagen on the show? And I did tell him that I had reached out a couple times, but he's very busy. And as I predicted, and this is what happens with a lot of the guys, they get more famous and more popular and more successful, and then it just gets harder and harder. So please don't blame me, just blame the system. So anyway, here we are a week later, and he's on the show. What's up, Cory? How are you?
Hey, how are you?
How's it going? Yes, last week on the show, someone said, like, hey, the fight's been announced 2 weeks. Why don't you have Cory on the show? Truth is, but you're just a very busy guy, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, you only have your show like Monday and Wednesday, and a lot of the time I got to like work it around practice and stuff. I just couldn't do last week. That's it. It's not that I'm you up ever.
No, I know, but like people were saying, like it's almost like this expectation that I'm supposed to deliver you, and like that you don't have a. I mean, like, come on, I'm trying. I did try. That's all I wanted confirmation of.
Yeah, you did try. You did try.
But you're so famous now too that inevitably what happens is as you get more famous, you get tougher to book, and then like as time goes on, like in the career, like you leave the UFC, then it gets easier to book you. That's usually what happens. Like you've reached the point now where it's like getting hard to book you because you're so famous and so successful. And I predicted this would happen. This happens to everyone.
Okay, well, yeah, maybe this will be my last time on the show then. So ask some good questions.
Perfect. By the way, I love what's going on here with the facial hair. It's really blending together. The mustache is a little bit longer, but everything's filling in here. This is a good look.
Yeah, it's just like a nonchalant stash.
Yeah, but I like that the mustache is a little bit longer, but you still have an actual beard as opposed to just a mustache or just a regular beard.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
It's a great look. And by the way, can I just give you props? The social media these days, I mean, you kind of give off the impression that you don't really care, but like it's so well done. Who's the brains behind this all? Who's doing this social media for you? There's got to be someone helping you.
Yeah, I'm just doing cute stuff now, man. I'm just making cute little reels. It's like I feel like, no, I'm glad that you like it though. That's kind of cool. I don't do it. I don't really do it so that people, I guess, like it. I kind of just do it because I think it's like fun and cute, and that's like what I do in life. It's just like a couple little blips from what I do.
No one is helping you with this. You're editing all by yourself.
Editing all by myself. It's actually not as hard as you think.
Yo, it's hard for me. I don't know how to, like, we're watching the one now of you in your car when you talk about the Umar fight. And in this case, like you have the longer mustache, but less facial hair. And even like the cuts, the jump cuts, I don't even know how to do that. And that's like simple stuff. How are you doing it?
I'm just very artsy, Ariel. I just have a very artsy eye,
Okay. I hope were you filming that while you were driving?
No. Come on. No.
Okay, perfect. Because that was a little bit sketchy. And then even like the ones where there's the one with like Aljo and Cejudo and you're like in front of it, the green screen one. Like this is high level stuff.
High level stuff. Yeah. I'm having some fun with it.
I love it because you seem very like I would imagine you're very anti-social media, and yet you're producing great social media stuff.
I'm like anti cool stuff. So I just want to like do my own version of cool stuff.
But and correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like you feel very comfortable now showing this, and I would disagree. I think your anti-cool is actually cool, which makes it even more fascinating. But it feels like you're very comfortable showing this side of you now. Am I accurate in that assessment?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm just trying to be like a normal guy, man. I feel like I grew up with a lot of like sports heroes that the media and like news people tried to make out as these like superhuman people. And that always like really bugged me because it always made me feel like I like couldn't do it because I had to be born with some certain trait or this and that. So I'm literally just like a normal guy. So I'm just trying to like really lean into being like a normal dude and trying to inspire people that like, even if you're a normal dude with, you know, really like superhuman traits, you can still do like really cool stuff.
I love it. By the way, who was your favorite athlete as a kid?
Allen Iverson.
Wow. Really? Why him?
Oh yeah. I really liked like and one street ball and stuff. I still like the NBA, but I was like, I really thought that like dribbling and like tricks and just like the tricky part of basketball was really cool. And Allen Iverson was about as close as you could get to like a really nasty crossover in the actual league outside of like and one. So yeah, Allen Iverson was my favorite. He actually, like, when he came to the Nuggets, I was like super hyped when that happened for those couple of years. And but yeah, I really liked Allen Iverson just because he was agile. He was kind of shorter too, and I was always really little growing up too. So yeah, he was definitely my favorite athlete.
Since you liked the N1 stuff, did you like Jason Williams, White Chocolate?
Oh yeah, I like Jason Williams, the Professor, Hot Chocolate.
Oh yeah. Those were the days. Did you see the doc?
Yeah.
The doc. It's like the rise and fall or the something of N1. That was fascinating. By the way, were you hyped to see the Nuggets win the NBA championship? Did you go crazy? Did you go out partying?
No, I didn't go out partying. I was excited though. I think that's really cool. That was the first time that they won a championship. So that's really cool. I also really like Jokic. I think he's just like a rad dude. I used to have an old roommate and really good friend named Bojan Veličković. So I kind of have like a little bit of like a Serbian brother. So it was kind of cool that a dude from Serbia did that too, just because I kind of feel close to the Serbians also.
Yes. I feel like Jokic would be the kind of athlete that you would dig right now. Like he just kind of is himself, unapologetically is himself, right?
Yeah, I think he's real cool. I just think that like normal guys that just work really hard and have like an eye for skill and do really cool stuff and accomplish a lot of really cool things in life. Those are like really interesting guys to me.
So speaking of your fight in that video, why did you feel the need to post that video? Because my impression was that people were asking like, why are you fighting Umar? Why are you fighting Umar? And even I was sitting on this show when that was in the works and being like, Cory's like top 3. Why is he fighting a guy who's like 13 or something like that? So is that why you felt the need to put that out? Were a lot of people hitting you up saying, why are you fighting Umar? Or you're stupid for fighting Umar? Were you getting that kind of talk?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like the rankings, I guess, are sometimes big deals to some people and then not as big a deals to other people. I guess when we first started doing the rankings in the UFC, it felt like some type of really solid organization was going to go on with like which matches were going to happen and which weren't and all of that stuff. And then kind of as time went, you started to discover that, you know, the rankings definitely add some organization. And I think that it's really good for especially like newer fans to kind of understand what's going on with who's where in the division and all of that instead of just, you know, no number or anything next to him. But I think that Umar is like a really great fighter, and I think that he's definitely deserving of fighting someone at the top to see if he's that good. I mean, he's 16-0. He comes from a really good camp, of course, comes from a really good part of the country with really good combat sports, and he's been doing good in the UFC. So all of that, and then you plug into how Merab and Umar were first paired up, and they were going to have a #1 contender fight, but then Merab had to get out because of his injury or whatever. But I mean, they were going to do a #1 contender fight with Merab and Umar, and then I got offered that fight. So, you know, why would I say no? If Umar was going to jump ahead of me anyways, I might as well be the guy that gets to at least have a crack at stopping him.
And a few follow-ups there. It's rare for a guy in his spot, as flawed as the rankings may be, to be put in a #1 contender spot. Are you surprised that he's being put in that spot?
I suppose so. I think that they're operating from the sense, like the UFC is operating from the sense where it's like, well, if no one will fight him, what do we do? You know, because I definitely can see how that would be an issue. You know, like if I were Umar, I would be pretty upset that like I'm trying to get a match and no one would fight me or whatever. So I don't want to speculate on like if people are saying yes or no or whatever, but I know when they asked me, I said yes, you know. So I guess no one else wanted to fight him. You know, that's what Dana said too. So I guess no one else wanted to fight him. So what do? You know, you give him to the guy that.
Did you know about him when you were offered him?
Yeah, of course.
Impressed with him?
Yeah, I think he's a great fighter, man. Like I said, like his style is really tricky. It's almost like two really out there styles kind of put together, or not out there styles, but difficult styles to understand and to, you know, like fight against. Like he has a very karate taekwondo style of stand up, and then he mixes that in with really good wrestling and grappling. So I really have enjoyed the challenge of trying to figure out those two styles and, you know, like how I can beat it and how I can expose some of the things that I know are going to be some openings in just that style. So I think it's going to be fun. I've really enjoyed the challenge. Like I said, I've really leveled up this camp. I've like learned some stuff that I think I'm going to have in my arsenal for forever. And, you know, as maybe, I don't think that it's lame to think like that, but I know it's a little bit outside of the box. Like I'm here to learn and I'm here to see if I'm actually the best. And I'm here to like better myself as a martial artist and as a person. And I think that Umar's like a good challenge for me to do that.
Are you bringing in, or have you brought in anyone who can even closely replicate his style?
Yes. So we have some Kazakhstan guys in town. I don't know how to say the guy's name perfectly, but he fights next week. Azah, I think, or Kazakh is his nickname. I call him Kazakh, but he's fighting, I think, not this weekend, but the following weekend. He has like a very similar style of wrestling. I have Ton Lee in town right now, who's a very, very good like Taekwondo striker. Like if I could hit Ton in the face, I feel like hit anyone in the face. So I'm trying to figure out Ton's style and yeah, I think that I also have like some Russian guys that are on the team. Mohammed Naimov is a good look. He has like a bunch of like Tajikistan buddies that come in sometimes and I'll work with them too. So yeah, it's really good training. Like I said, I'm really like happy that I got to like learn about this style more and more. It's a really cool style. There's like not a lot of holes in it.
Yeah, clearly. Azat Maksam, I think his name is.
Okay.
Yes, fighting next week. Is everything okay? Do you need a minute?
No, my thing's about to die. I thought I had enough battery, but sorry.
Stressful. I appreciate it. You mentioned number one contender. Have you or your team been told you win this fight, you're getting a title shot?
Yep, that was what was relayed to me.
Oh,
yep.
Amazing.
And then I almost feel like it's more solidified even because, you know, they were going to do Cheeto and Cejudo, right? Yeah. Like that wouldn't have been for a number one contender fight. I just beat Cheeto by a pretty big margin. So that wasn't going to, you know, like Henry was always in the back of my mind. It's like, what if they do something with Henry? But if they wanted to do Henry Cheeto, then that almost, I feel like, solidified me and Umar's fight as number one contender.
Yeah, and you're fighting around the same time as the title fight, which is always good because you're on that same timeline. By the way, who do you think wins, Aljo or Sean?
Oh, I got Aljo in that one because every time I say Aljo's going to lose, he always wins.
Okay. Is that the only reason, or because of the matchup as well?
No, I think it's wrestler grappler, you know, like you always go for the wrestler, but I think that it's a pretty big leap for Sean too. You know, like I know that he did pretty well against Jan, but Sterling is a very seasoned guy now. You know, like the guy really, really knows how to compete. And up until fighting Jan, O'Malley really hasn't had the toughest road. He got beat by Cheeto too. He could say what he wants about that loss, but a loss is a loss. Weird things happen in fights, and you gotta, you know, like that happens sometimes. Sometimes you get caught in a weird spot, or you break your hand weird, or, you know, like you break your foot weird, or you hurt your ribs, or you get an injury in the fight. Like that, those things happen, and it happened because the other person did it to you. So, you know, that was like one of his other tough fights, and he lost that one, you know. So, yeah, I think it's like a big leap up, even though he did kind of get a little bit stair-stepped into it with Jan, but I think it's a big leap up for him.
Are you hoping that Aljo wins so that you can run that back with him?
I would love to run it back with Aljamain. I mean, the fans are really excited about me and O'Malley too.
Yes.
So it would be like a really giant championship fight if O'Malley did win. And then Sterling saying he's going to move up to 45. So I don't know if I'll ever be able to get my hands back on Sterling, but I would definitely hope so. I really don't want him to leave and kind of make us all look like, like, I'm done with this division. Like I beat everyone in there, because I feel like I'm a different fighter now than when I first fought him. So I would definitely like to, get that one back for sure.
Do you think there's a chance he wins on August 19th and then leaves before fighting you?
I think that the story's there. Like for me and him, I don't really know Aljamain's values, honestly. Like I don't really know how his like mindset process goes. Like I don't know if he's like, if I don't like, and I also don't know if that's like fight that makes him, but like I don't know if he's about money or if he's about legacy or if he's about trying to be a double champ. Like I don't really know what Aljamain's values are as far as that go. So I mean, I don't, if I was Aljamain, I don't know how much of a purpose I would see in refighting me and giving me another chance, where he did do a really good job of embarrassing me in the first fight. So, yeah, I don't really see how much he would gain out of that, other than maybe a really giant fight as far as like the story of me coming back, earning it back, and then getting to have another crack at him, which I think is a cool story.
Yes, of course. Do you think there's any chance Sean beats Aljo and they run it back right away with those two?
I doubt it.
Right.
Yeah, I doubt it. I don't really foresee that happening. No, I think that they have too many good guys in the division for them to be doing too many rematches.
Do you find yourself harping on that fight against Aljo 3 years later, or are you completely over it?
No, I don't like, I'm like, if there's any thought that I have about that fight now, it's that I'm grateful that I got to learn from it in a way where I didn't get like seriously injured. Like losing like that sucks, because it's like embarrassing. You didn't get to do anything good. And so there's all of that. But honestly, man, like I took away so much from that fight that I can't really be too sour about it anymore, because I know that I wouldn't be kind of crushing it the way that I'm crushing it right now if it wasn't for that, as kind of like cliche as that might sound. But that is the truth, and that is the case. Like that loss really made me level up in a way that I haven't leveled up before.
The stuff that you took away, was it just from like the 90 seconds, or was it the buildup? Was it everything around the fight as well?
Yeah, it was everything around the fight. It was me not really being that mentally sharp, me kind of figuring out where I needed to put my mind and where I needed to, like how I need to be going into a fight, like I had been that way before and I kind of got away with it just because I think that my skills were so much better than the other person's. But when you're fighting guys that are a lot closer in skill, you kind of have to have everything, kicking and firing on all cylinders. And that was just a piece of my game that I didn't really address because I didn't really know that it was a problem at the time, So Aljamain just got to show me that that was something that I needed to fix. And that's just, that's the name of the game, man. Like that's fighting, like you don't get to have like a bad game and then fight a week later and then fix whatever mistake you made. Like you got to wait months and months. And then you really only get, I've been doing this I've been in the UFC for, I think 5 or 6 years now. And I have, only 12 fights with them over a 5-6 year span. That's really not that many fights to be able to learn from and grow from and all of that. So that's just kind of the fight game, man. It kind of sucks, but that's part of it. You don't really get too many chances at it.
By the way, and apologies if I've asked you this before, but like, will you watch this weekend, or do you only watch if it's 135 fights or top? Like, what is your level of watching these days?
I'll watch certain guys. I'll definitely watch the guys on the team. Like I watched the other weekend when Chepe Mariscal fought, who's a really awesome fighter, and then Mohamed Naimov, who's also on the team, fought a couple of weeks before that. And then, but this week I really like watching Volkanovski fight, so I'll probably watch that fight. And then Yair is like an exciting guy to watch fight too. So I really have all my life. The only time I've ever really enjoyed watching sports is to try to learn from it. So unless it's like a friend of mine or it's someone that I feel like I can learn a thing or two from, I'll watch. But outside that, I kind of try to like take a little bit of a step away from fighting after training on Saturdays.
Yeah, because like it's so much, right? So you like the last thing you want to do on Saturday is watch a pay-per-view for 6 hours and just consume yourself with fighting. It's your job.
Pretty much. Yeah.
What is that thing that you use to escape from fighting?
I ride my bike a decent amount, especially now that it's a lot nicer. It depends, man. It depends like where I am in the week and all of that stuff. I like going on really long walks and listening to music. I like riding my bike and listening to music. I like watching trash television with my fiance. Me and her really like doing that together. So we'll do that at night. And I like I started going to the river. It's like really beautiful in Colorado now. We've been getting a ton of rain, so everything's really green, which is pretty abnormal for Colorado because everything's usually brown. So I've been outside a lot and really, really loving it. I know I don't really have a tan at all to show that, but I definitely have been out and just enjoying being outside recently, and that's kind of been clearing my head a lot.
By the way, what's the trash television that you guys are watching?
We're watching this show called The Big D.
The Big D. Where's that?
Have you heard?
No, I have not. But is that a double entendre or is it what I think it is?
It's like these couples that just got recently divorced. They throw them all into this house, and then they all start dating each other. That's pretty much the.
Wait, the couples are together? Like both divorced, like the two of them are in the house together, or is it just like one of the? Wow.
Both of them.
Are they fighting?
Yeah, it's pretty juicy stuff. It's not like it's pretty good stuff, dude. Some of these dating shows, man, they got really elaborate plots and like setups and all that. So
and there's jealousy probably, right? Like one is like going off and then the other one probably doesn't want them to go, right? That's intense.
It's pretty intense. It's pretty good stuff, man. It's where I get out like all of my like Erica almost hates it because I'll just like talk shit on all of the people. It's like how I get that out of my system, I'll just be like, this guy's a dickhead. He did it, So that's why I like it. I just get to like kind of zone out, and then it's just intense and it's real juicy drama.
Here I am thinking that like you're above it all the toxicity in the world. You do reels, you cut your own reels, and you watch a show called The Big D. That's your thing that you like to do. Maybe you're not like that much above all of us. Maybe we're all kind of the same. I thought you were above us.
Oh no, I'm certainly not above anyone. I'm certainly not above getting mad or being stressed no, I'm certainly not above that. I maybe just I don't know, have more of like a catch of it, or like know why it's happening or why I'm doing it. But no, I'm not above any of those human nature things.
And by the way, I saw a video of you jumping into like a stream or something. It was, what was that all about? Why'd you do that?
Cause I don't know, man. It's like a dude thing now. You're supposed to go into cold water. It's like the newest dude thing to do.
Yes, but most of them do it like in tubs, not in the freaking like whitewater rafting scene over there.
Yeah, I mean it's more fun in the whitewater rafting scene. Yeah.
Where is that? Is that near your house?
Kind of. It's in Morrison. It's like on the foothills, which just means like the very beginning of the mountains. So it's where the mountains start like getting big. So yeah, it's really pretty, that area. That's where I want to move to pretty soon.
Wow. And is it freezing? Is the water freezing cold?
It's pretty cold. It's not like major cold. Like sometimes I'll go over there like in fall or like really, really early spring, and it's real cold then, but it's not like horrible right now.
How long can you last in there?
I sit till I start shivering. Like everyone kind of like a cold baths, but I just go until I like am shaking, and then that's when I'll get out.
And it feels good.
It feels good afterwards. Sure. I even enjoy it like as it's happening. I'm really good with the cold, man. Like I don't do too good in the heat, but I do pretty good in the cold.
Wow. That's the complete opposite of me. Much respect. All right. So August 5th, you versus Umar Nurmagomedov, #1 contender fight, massive. This is good. Wow. What a fight. 5 rounds, tricky stuff. What are you feeling right now? Like in terms of the flow of the fight, the direction, what are you envisioning?
Yeah, I'm excited, man. I think it's going to be like I mean, Umar's super skilled, and I'm not a super boastful guy, but I'm very skilled and I'm very knowledgeable about fighting. I feel like I go in with really good game plans every single time. I feel like I am able to like adjust who I am each time that I go into the fight, but also still fight with, like my like trademark way of fighting, So I'm really excited about the challenge. I think it's going to be a really, really awesome fight. I'm really excited that it's 5 rounds. I'm super excited that it's in like a cool town. I'm really excited that it's in front of an audience again. And
yes,
and that's number one contender, man. Like it took me a while to get back to this spot. It took me a couple tough fights to get back to this spot, and now I'm in a spot where I can solidify and get this championship fight without it having it be like short notice. So. Which was the situation that I was in when I first fought for the belt. So I can eliminate any short notice, anything, and just like stamp my letter and get my way to that title, So I think it's going to be an amazing fight, man. I'm not much of like a enthusiastic promo guy, as you know, but
no, this is
Umar,
great.
I'm very good, and it's going to be a really, really exciting fight against two of the best guys in one of the best divisions in the best organization in the world.
Wow, that was amazing. You could have said the 2 best guys in the best weight class in the best organization, and then if all goes according to plan in Nashville, then we're one step closer to my proclamation of years ago, Cory Sandhagen, UFC champion, just for the record. I know that's top of mind for you, didn't want to say it, but like, there is visual proof of me saying this many years ago. So I'm happy it's a number 1 contender fight, because then we're just one step away from that coming to fruition. Yes. On that note, Cory, all the best to you. Thanks for doing this. I appreciate it. Good luck August 5th. Can't wait for the fight. And thanks for always taking out some time. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you for having me on, Ariel. I'll talk to you soon, man.
All right, there he is. Cory Sandhagen joining us. What a gent. What a fight. What a day August 5th will be. What a night. That's the same night as the Nathan Diaz-Jake Paul fight. So a little 2-screen action, if you will. And, of course, I'll be on the broadcast. I'll be on the call for the Jake Paul, Nathan Diaz fight. Maybe some,
nice.
Maybe some other people will be in attendance.
Maybe.
What do you guys think?
Fans.
Yeah.
I'll have my 2 screens on in my apartment, that's for sure.
Wow. Yeah, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. Stay tuned, TBD. By the way, regarding the Gamebred Bareknuckle MMA card, they're telling me that they're actually having a press conference in Las Vegas this Friday after the UFC ceremonial weigh-ins. Wow, look at that. Look at Jorge. So after the ceremonial weigh-ins on Friday, I guess JDS and Fabricio Verdum, the new look Fabricio Verdum, he is ripped these days, are going to have a little powwow, if you will. Now... Are you regretting the fact that you're not going to be there, GC?
Yeah, that's what pushed it over the edge.
Yeah.
For sure.
He looks so blurry.
Someone on, I see, I
was
opened.
Gonna say, I'm not out of focus here.
I don't even see you. I don't see you.
Well, when we're showing that, we got the autofocus on. It's see, now I'm back to normal.
You know what it is? You're a little bit,
He's a little sick.
You're a little bit sick.
I don't know what to do here.
Okay, you know what? You just popped up, and yes, you are fuzzy.
Now I'm definitely blurry, see, but when we get closer...
Yeah, what's up with that?
Today?
It's autofocus. It's great.
It's like the cards on the watch party.
Oh, yeah, shout out to those. Got a little dust here. Now we're really in focus. I can see it.
Yeah, I see it. I didn't
for
realize
sure.
you had a JDM t-shirt.
And you
Yeah, shout out Street X. Shout out to Tim Simpson, bro. Sent these over.
Yeah, chosen few. By the way, I had a very stressful Tuesday last week. I was getting ready to do another one of my shows from home, and I had the cord from the microphone, from the Shure microphone, just laying right here, Frank, laying right on the thing, right over here. And I reached over to grab like the microphone to bring it over or something, and my computer, ever so slightly, I don't know what just happened there, so slightly, just closed on the cord.
Oh no!
And guess what
Poor
happens?
The screen probably destroyed.
Yes. I can't even tell you how softly this thing fell on the cord. Shocking. And well, why is it making that noise all of a
What
sudden?
is that noise? Oh, your phone is by the microphone.
No, the phone has been in the same spot the whole day. Anyway,
Someone calling you.
no. Anyway, this is Tuesday before I'm supposed to go to London on Wednesday morning. So I'm freaking out. My screen is all cracked. It's all like pixelated. What the hell? So I end up going to the Apple store. You have to get you have to get an appointment. Oh, I can't just show up.
The Apple store.
No, I thought if it's broken, you're going to take it.
Oh,
so I'm driving, and then all of a sudden, I don't know what. Thankfully, I think, I should call. They tell me, you can only come at 8 o'clock. Ugh, now I have to go back home. 8 o'clock, drop it off. They'll say 2-3 days, all good. You know, that's what the guy says. 2-3 days, all good.
Then the manager shows up.
No, the manager did not show up. So then it's 2-3 days later, and I'm like, all right, where's my computer? I don't hear from them. I don't hear from them. Don't hear from them. Then I check in on Sunday or Monday, and I see on the website there's no status update. It's just blank. Then I get an email yesterday, and it says, "Can you please call us about your computer?" So I'm like, all right, they're asking me to call them so they can deliver the good news that my computer is fixed. You know, the guy said 2-3 days. Call them, and they say, all right, your computer is fixed. New screen. Cool. Also, we ran a diagnostic test.
Oh.
Battery was faulty for whatever reason. I guess you shouldn't keep it plugged in all the time. It drains it. Who the hell knows? We replaced that for you. All right, cool. We good? Actually, we're not good. We noticed that the little button thingy that you press to turn on, it's a little bit stiff. I checked. The latch isn't working. Blah, blah, blah. Hoochie mama, hoochie mama. I'm like, what? I didn't ask for any of this. My screen broke. You said I was going to have my computer. He says, we ordered it. It's coming in 2-3 days. Again with the 2-3 days. And then we'll fix it, rush. But I'm like, I need my computer. He goes, just tell me this. Is everything backed up? I'm like, I don't think so. I mean, it's on the cloud. He's like, no, not a cloud. I'm like, on an external hard drive. No, I don't think so. You have to come back and back it up and then bring your computer back.
No. So is this the computer right now?
So I say, I don't know when I'm going to be able to come back. I'll probably come after the show. But then I decided I was going to go yesterday, cut short the day off, July 4th, go to the store. Then he's trying to run all this stuff. I'm sitting there forever and ever.
They were open?
Yeah, they were open.
Wow.
And he gives me my computer. So this is my computer with the new this, with the new this, new battery. But I have to now bring it back when they tell me that the thing is in the store to replace the stuff. And he said, like, it's going to wipe it clean because of the stupid button. I'm like, bro, I don't need the button. I'll just turn it on. What do I need the button for? No.
Is
it's
the fingerprint one?
Yes.
Yeah, that explains it.
Why? Is it that important?
I mean, yeah.
I'm like, come on, man. Everything was working fine. It was just a screen.
Until you put the cable.
Until I put the cable.
The cable goes nowhere near the screen, right?
I mean, I didn't mean to do that.
Okay, well, mistakes happen.
Live
but
and
you
learn.
won't do it again.
Live and learn. So yeah, I'm a little bit, because like I got my computer, and I thought it was all going to be good, and now I have to go give it back. And I don't know, I don't have another computer. So that's why I told the team, like, I might need an extra computer.
Well, we have plenty.
And then what happens if, I have to give it in before Saturday? How do I watch the fights?
Yeah, well, with your phone.
TV.
No, I don't like
Someone
to do
else's
that.
computer.
Plenty of options.
Tell me your wife doesn't have a computer?
She has a desktop. And we have a
wrong with
really
that?
old laptop that my daughter uses to do the Claire show.
Oh.
She does interviews from her room. She's 6.
That's fun.
It's good stuff. Anyway, so that's my... Speaking of technology, is New York Rick around?
Yep.
New York Rick, what's the latest with Twitter? There's a lot of drama with Twitter. Can you tell us what the latest is? All this view count stuff, what's happening? And is Meta/Facebook, which only makes the fight juicier, right, between Zuck and Elon, is Meta now in the mix to start their own version of Twitter, something called Threads? What's happening? Give us the update, if you will.
Meta's not in the mix. We're launch. Like, it's coming tomorrow.
Whoa.
It's coming tomorrow, yeah. Or today? Yeah, today.
Do you think Meta always...
It's called Threads.
It's called Threads. Do you think they were always planning on getting in the mix, or did they see an opening once Big Elon got involved in this mess?
I have a feeling it was in the works for a while, because I think Twitter has always been a little bit volatile, even under the previous regime. So I think there was probably an idea once the Reels part of it scaled back. I think they probably thought that there was something to the simplicity of it. Then obviously once Elon gets in the mix, now there's alternatives popping up, and they have done this before where they can kind of pop up with a competitive product and take the thing over. So yeah, I think
have you used it yet?
We just got access, so I have not used it yet.
Okay. And what's going on with this view count thing? Everyone's freaking out about this.
Yeah, they're throttling how many tweets you can look at per day. Then they kind of scaled that back, that it's only going to apply to certain things. Then they're sunsetting certain features on TweetDeck, and it's a mess.
Why does it feel like there's just like one guy deciding all of this? Like it always comes across that it's just Elon deciding all this stuff.
Because he does things publicly.
Yeah.
And I think that's by design. I think he's, as opposed to like, hey, we're releasing this new thing, and then you get 6 different emails about it, and it kind of happens in secret. Elon, for better or worse, is hopping on Twitter and saying like, this is what's happening. Now, testing the veracity, the truthfulness of what he's talking about and why certain decisions are being made is important. But yeah, that's it. It feels like it's him because he's the one taking the arrows.
Is Twitter officially dead?
No. Didn't we ask this question when he first took over?
No, I know, but now everyone's freaking out.
6,000 tweets a day about, oh, Twitter's dead. I hate this place. And the same people are still on Twitter. So no, it's not dead.
Can I tell you something that really grinds my gears?
Sure.
The whole, I don't know if this place is going to go down, but if it does, this is where you can find me. I'm like, bro, no one's going to bluesky.social. whatever your name is to go find you. Like
some
and by the way,
will.
There's a thing called Google where if I put in Eric Jackman Instagram, I can find you don't make some big public show of you saying I'm done with this place. Enough already.
I'm more okay with that one, with the like, hey, follow me here, as opposed to the just like, oh, this place is a cesspool. Guess I'm finding something new, and just like generally talking about it. If you're gonna at least try to pivot to something else, sure, give them where they can find you,
and then not leaving, right?
And I can appreciate
the
it.
best is when they say
if you're
that,
not leaving, then stop it. Either don't leave. That's all I have to say.
Any truth to the rumor that he did all of this so that people could actually go out and touch grass? Is that really what he's doing? Is he doing it for the benefit of society? Because that would be pretty cool if he was doing it for that reason.
Just a $50 billion tank job, just to destroy and
just to get us to not be so addicted to our phones.
It's an interesting theory. I'm gonna say no.
What's that, Frank?
But yes, I think.
I was just saying that Elon Musk seems to be pretty addicted to his phone.
I mean, he'll
use that example.
Right.
Like, hey, I bought Twitter and I don't use it.
The proclamations of death are a little bit premature about Twitter.
Wow, because I'm looking at an article right now that was shared a bunch. Did you see this article? It is entitled, it's from the New European, The Slow, Sad Death of Twitter. Elon Musk has hollowed out the social network just as a vital election cycle approaches.
Yeah.
By the way, can I tell you something? I don't know if it's, but I was forced to download the new TweetDeck.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually not bad.
Yeah, I've been using that one for a while. I like it.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I like it a lot.
Is TweetDeck owned by Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I never knew that.
It was previously a separate product, and then they purchased it.
Oh. Yeah, because it looks like Twitter now.
Yes.
All right.
I forget that I was using one that people weren't using. When I started seeing the talks of new TweetDeck, I was like, oh, they did a newer one, but I have been using this one, and I enjoy it.
Yeah.
The customization is very good on it.
Yeah, with the list. Do you use lists a lot?
Yeah. I do. I mean, in this job, you kind of have to use the list, right?
It's the only way to use Twitter.
Yeah, because the timeline moves too fast. You got to follow certain fighters. You got to see what things are popping off, what's going viral. But yeah, I mean, it feels like we've heard for, when did the purchase happen? We've heard for 6, 7, 8 months now. Twitter's dying. So another
could be a slow
example
death.
of Twitter dying. Sure. Apparently, according to this article, it's a very slow death.
I mean, the Twitter files really had me at the edge of my seat.
And by the way, how do I see the meta threads?
It comes out tomorrow, I think.
No,
Rick
someone
had,
I
like,
see someone tweeting here, which is a
There's
funny
certain
thing.
people with access to it.
the Helwanis of the world.
No, I don't even know. How do I do? Like, where do you even go? What's the website?
You go to the App Store.
You have to download the app.
It's called Threads.
Yes.
Does it look like Twitter?
Yes.
This is the craziest ad read we've ever done.
Wow. I mean, I think this is kind of like the most talked about thing since we last spoke.
Yeah, Frank, what do you want to talk about? Throw out a
Let's
topic.
talk about Reddit.
Yeah, isn't Reddit dying too? I saw
Reddit
that.
is also dying.
Everything's dying.
The internet, as we know it.
Everything is dying. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been a crazy stretch since we last spoke. To recap all the things that have happened since we last spoke, Conor McGregor lost another fight on Tough. GC got food poisoning. Definitely regrets signing up for a Tough show. I'm making that up, but I feel like that's fair. I mean, the summer reality show maybe didn't pan out the way we thought it was going to.
Yeah, I guess the one positive trade-off, didn't have to watch Tough because I was so sick. Only kidding.
Logan Paul says he actually wants to fight on the Elon Zuck card. Zuck came out and they all said that the Chael thing was not true. Jose Aldo fought again in boxing, that is. Bo Nickel and JDM got new opponents for UFC 290. Alistair Overeem retired. Shout out to the Reem, kind of out of nowhere, unceremoniously. What about Yair Rodriguez getting his new belt? Eddie Hearn breaking the news that Francis Ngannou is fighting Tyson Fury. Canelo Alvarez not fighting on Mexican Independence Day weekend and fighting on September 30th against the other Charlo brother. Sort of came out of nowhere. Paulo Costa getting involved in some weird Tracy Cortez, Brian Ortega love triangle situation, which was very strange. And DDP's coach telling me that I need to leave MMA. I mean, there's a lot that happened over the past week, guys. Did you notice my voice just cracked there?
Yeah.
There's a lot that happened.
It happens to all of us.
But that's a pretty impressive list of things, if I do say so myself. You guys are just leaving me on this island, right? No one's even jumping.
Yeah, it's been busy, man.
I just listed like 15 things. Nothing? No follow-up?
Yeah, it's been busy.
All right, fine. Let's answer
Sean Strickland looked great. Did you say that?
Oh, Sean Strickland looked great. Yeah. Big Baby, Jared Anderson looked great. Unfortunately, some bad times at our previous employer. That really sucked.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Can't believe that. What a... Jeff Van Gundy? Are you kidding me? I mean, every single one of them were like, what? Hate that. And I hate when you go online and that stuff happens and then people are starting to debate like, oh, this person should go and this person. Like, what are you these aren't like, they're not Pokemon cards, like they're actual people with lives and families. I know you may not like them or be a fan, but like to suggest that one person should go and the other person, like what? It's kind of a shitty thing to do. Anyway, speaking of which, by the way, I didn't even know that this was the next question. But here we are, taco enthusiast. Hi, Ariel. Wanted to get your general thoughts on the ESPN layoffs, but I'd also specifically like to hear your thoughts on Max Kellerman. In the HBO boxing glory days, I tuned in for the Jim Lampley, Larry Merchant, and Max Kellerman banter as much as I did for the fights. You and everyone else. It was tremendous. It seems like his setup at ESPN, post First Take, really hurt his stock. However, I would think that Matchroom / DAZN or Showtime would be all over trying to get him on their broadcasts. It's a ruthless, challenging world out there for personalities and broadcasters, which is why I'd love your take on what you think he should do or what you might advise him to do next. I mean, he needs no advice from me. He has had a tremendous career, a legendary career. And I used to tell people like, oh, Max, he is to boxing what I want to be to MMA. And of course, the story I always tell is, I told my parents I want to be the Howard Cosell of MMA, but he was kind of the new age version where he was the third man in the booth and would, give his thoughts and would paint the picture and tell the story. And yes, would talk a little bit about the technical aspects of the game, but a lot of it was about, the stories and the divisions and the contendership and rankings and all that stuff. I was always surprised when HBO said goodbye to boxing a few years ago and he was at ESPN and ESPN had the Top Rank deal that he wasn't a greater fixture on those broadcasts. I don't know why, but I was always surprised that he didn't do more. Now, I know he had his own boxing show, but that was like a Friday afternoon studio show, I think it was. I think he would have been a huge asset to those broadcasts in the booth, at the desk, etc. For me, I like him best in the booth. Boxing's in an interesting spot. I think it's having its best year in a very long time. But, you know, who knows how many outlets are going to be left airing big boxing events. So we have, well, ESPN has the Top Rank deal, which is coming up fairly soon, and who knows what it's going to look like when and if they renew. But he's not going to go back there. And then you have Showtime, and then you have DAZN. And what am I missing? Am I missing another, or is it just Showtime and DAZN at this point? I'm definitely missing another. What am I missing? Or am I not missing another? New York Rick, am I missing another?
He says no.
Fox doesn't have it anymore. CBS doesn't have it anymore. NBC doesn't have it anymore. Yeah. So we're down to 2. I mean, obviously there's Sky Sports in the UK. There's BT, soon to be TNT, but he's not going to do that. And so I wonder what he does. He had the great run on First Take, then went on the radio. And Max Kellerman's in his 50s, I believe, at this point. Maybe he just wants a break. Was doing morning radio for a long time, was doing it in LA, had the long run at ESPN this time around. He's been doing this for a very long time. Wouldn't be surprised if he takes a break, and wouldn't be surprised if he shows up on, you know, a Showtime or DAZN. They have their teams. Who wouldn't want him as an asset of sorts? But I think the best use of him is on the broadcast as opposed to like a studio show or something like that. Maybe he gets in the podcast game, but it seemed like at ESPN they weren't using him on boxing as much as I thought they should have. And it would be great to see him back on the broadcasts. Overall, though, my heart goes out to everyone who was let go, laid off. Some really great people. Jeff Van Gundy shocked me. I think he's the best basketball analyst in the world. And I think that team is tremendous. And if they add a Doc Rivers or a Doris Burke, they're tremendous as well. I'm big fans of them on TV. And I know Doris a little bit from working with her, and she's salt of the earth, unbelievable person. But Jeff is Jeff. That was surprising. Jalen Rose, I know, had been there a while, but a fixture. And so many. I was very surprised Ashley Brewer was let go. Relatively new, very talented. Week of her wedding. That's a bummer. I know GC, you worked with her too, right? Big MMA fan. You worked with her on radio.
Oh, yeah, she hopped on radio every once in a while.
That one shocked me.
Jordan Cornette. He was on ACC Network and radio. Jason Fitz, he was on radio.
Oh, Fitz is an unbelievable guy. What a nice guy.
Salt of the earth, that is him.
Seriously, one of the nicest people I met at ESPN.
Same. Yeah, I worked with him very closely through the pandemic and everything.
Does anything. No ego?
No ego at all. First Take, Your Take. That was the show we worked on him.
You worked on that?
Shout out.
Wow.
Shout out. Yeah, he was a trooper going through that. I mean, nicest guy in the business, for real.
There's some other ones. Gene Wojciechowski, right?
Oh, yeah. Hockey?
No. He's college. Keyshawn Johnson. Susie Colbert.
Keyshawn.
Legend Susie Colbert.
Crazy.
Matt Hasselbeck, Steve Young.
Todd McShay.
Neil Everett. June Lee, great guy. LaFonso Ellis was one of the nicest people. Came up to me one time in the cafeteria. I was like, "You're LaFonso Ellis, Denver Nuggets, Notre Dame." Big fight fan as well. That was very surprising. Yeah, so real bummer.
Sad day.
Very sad day. It sucks. I wish them all the best, and hopefully everyone is able to land on their feet and level up. Something better, something more rewarding, and hope they all make a gazillion dollars in doing so. I do wish them the best. Let's go to Conieta. What's the crack, Arrow? Lately, I've been feeling divisions are getting too clogged, either from contenders skipping the line or fights taking their time to materialize. For me, the worst division is welterweight. Khamzat, Shavkat, Bilal, and we could even throw Gilbert in the mix, are all more deserving of a shot than Colby. Yes, we've talked about this ad nauseum. So what division do you think is the most clogged? Which rankings have the most unnecessary contender matchups going on? Who's the most deserving contender at the back of the line? My first question thought I would get greedy. Dochara as Erin Conieta. I think that's Irish. Or Gaelic, I should say. Please don't roast me for getting that wrong. Yeah, I think welterweight might be the answer to your query, my friend. Off the top of my head, that one's pretty clogged because of the Colby conundrum. I wouldn't say flyweight is clogged. Bantamweight is pretty clogged these days. But no, it seems to be moving along, especially with Aljo coming back. And by the way, I tweeted this and people got really mad. Boy, do they get mad when you talk about Aljo. Is Aljo going to get his apology? And people are asking, what do you mean by that? What apology? What are you talking about? What I meant by that was Dana White showing up at the press conference a week after he fights is like, could you believe who called me? Henry Cejudo called me and said, I'll fight. If this guy doesn't want to fight, I'll fight. And here you are smearing the good name of your champion who's headlining your event in Boston and only to put public pressure on him, saying that the guy that he beat fair and square a week prior is ready to go. And trying to, what he was really trying to do was saying like, hey, Aljo, if you fuck around, you're about to find out we're going to do a title fight without you. Just to let you know, we got Henry ready to go. That's what that was. And now Henry, no fault of his own, gets injured. And now he's not even available to fight on August 19th. And Aljo is showing up. You don't think that deserves an apology? You don't think the way they've treated this guy deserves an apology? Forcing him to get back in there 3 months after he fought in a grueling 25-minute fight against an Olympic gold medalist and former 2-division champion, has to get right back in there? Come on. And there's some champions like Jamal Hill who haven't fought since January. Well, come on. You don't think this guy deserves an apology? These guys are crazy. Featherweight, not clogged. Lightweight, not really. Might be in the mix. Welterweight for sure. Middleweight, not really, because Izzy's fought most of these guys. Light heavyweight, I wouldn't say. Women's flyweight, which is getting even more interesting with Rose coming into the mix. But no, I'd say you're right. Welterweight. Chris, last one. Hi, Ariel and team. I thought the whole topic on etiquette last week was fascinating. When doing the show daily, is there an etiquette you all have? For example, does GC have a certain way to approach studio guests? Does Ariel consult with the team about getting a potential guest on the show? I would love to know etiquette that Mysterious Frank and Rick have too. Thanks for the countless hours of entertainment. You've helped me through many periods of my life. Forever grateful. Thank you very much, Chris. That's very nice of you. As far as the guests go, sometimes I will ask the guys if they have any ideas for guests, but...
And sometimes when we suggest them without you asking, it's not received well.
Yeah, well, that just feels like you're trying to put pressure on me, and I have enough pressure on my shoulders, all right? Sometimes I'll ask you what you think of a potential guest, like should we get, or should I say yes, or things like that. As far as other etiquette, everyone knows not to talk to Frank between the hours of like 9 and 12:30 because that's like your me time.
Exactly.
I think GC, you like to take photos with the in-studio guests, fists up.
Oh, gotta throw the fist up. I mean, that's all a vibe situation though. Feel them out.
Sometimes you don't ask. Is there one that you didn't ask that you regret not asking?
Nah. I don't know. And almost all of them have been like incredibly nice.
What are they going to say?
How many fighters are watching right now and they're like, I'm not going to that studio?
What do you mean?
If GC's asking them all for photos.
No, they love it.
It's always very polite. It's always very quick too. Very quick.
Very quick. Yeah.
I've usually also chatted them up beforehand, Let them in, got them a drink, a coffee, give them the whole hospitality.
Frank might have some etiquette situations with the microphone, right? Like,
yeah.
I feel like sometimes you've been placed in some pretty tough spots with the microphones based on what they're wearing. Like Paulo shirtless.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Shirtless.
Wasn't there one? Who's the one?
The one that you gave me shit about.
Who's that?
I'm not happy about is McGregor. Like if you would saw me, like I was stretching between people. It could not be.
It was so sloppy. That one was like hanging from his tie. I mean, you couldn't even hit it under the tie.
I couldn't even get his attention. Like I'm just trying to fish it into his pocket while he's talking to 8 different people about how they have no time.
Wasn't there like a botched one with Becky Lynch? Wasn't like her jacket on top of it or something? What?
Yeah, she put a jacket on after I mic'd her up, and then it got muffled.
Oh, yeah, and then Frank had to come into the studio. That was great.
Do you actually keep a list of all these? Because I need to see that list.
What else? But like, what's your go-to? I always love when they're leaving and they're like, "All right, man, that was good," and Frank's
They
like,
try to leave with the microphone.
"You're like, please come back." I don't know. Does Rick have any old school stories from back in the day? I mean, we've had a lot of people.
No.
No, that's all I'd say.
No.
Here I am frantically looking around like, why is he not getting audio? What's going on?
I did tell Jorge that he had never been to studio. And I was like, oh yeah, I forgot he was in studio. That famous sucker punch one. Remember that?
Yeah, that was a great interview.
Yeah, but that was
Back in the day.
that was in the old studio, so it doesn't really count.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
No, I'm kidding. Of course, it counts. No, it
was
was
great.
Just saying, actually today was really good. He was naming some fighters on the upcoming card. I didn't know all of them, so I was trying to like. I think he said Brandon Davis, who's a former UFC fighter. Is that the same Brandon Davis?
He did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any other etiquette things that you guys want to talk about? People like the one that we talked about last week. In fact, I was put in that same situation later in the week where I'll tell you what, we went to Nando's and, all the UK guys, they love talking about their Nando's. And I've been pretty critical of Nando's because they like to put a flag in your chicken. We'll say I had it twice, back-to-back days, Thursday, Friday. It was a lot better. I don't know what it was the first time I had it. I mean, it was no gorgonzola on steak. Don't get me crazy, or don't get crazy. But it was much better. I still think the flag in the chicken is supremely weird. But we were in a bit of a rush. Everyone got their food except for me. And then I started stewing a little bit. And then finally went up and said, hey, is there any sign of my food? And then it was just sitting there, like under the lights. And they forgot to bring it to me. Also,
did they forget, or they were changing the power switch for you?
The power switch?
Like from your laptop?
No. Oh, wow. That's tough. Also, by the way, on Monday, I went to a restaurant with my family, and we sat down at 6:30. By 8:10, we had still not received the food. Now, when you're with a young girl, like a 6-year-old who has not eaten by 8:10, she tends to freak out. And so I went to like one of the guys, was like, hey man, my daughter's freaking out. Is it possible to get the salmon teriyaki that we ordered an hour and 40 minutes ago? Is it coming? He's like, yes, it's coming. And then, because it's my birthday on Saturday, they asked for the cake, like when they do the surprise happy birthday. And then the guy whispers to me when he delivers the cake, hey man, it's an honor to give you a cake on your birthday, big fan. And then I felt bad about being like, hey.
Sometimes the manager makes you wait.
I was like, man, an hour and 40 minutes?
That is a little weird. For salmon teriyaki, I mean, it was in and out, right?
Oh, the story gets worse. I don't want to bore you, but basically, I asked for the omakase. I thought it was going to be $80. It ended up being $245. I had no idea. It was a mess.
How much uni did you get?
It wasn't even, it was crazy. It was one of the craziest things in my life.
Anyway. I didn't get the invite, so maybe next year.
No, this was, we were away. We took a little, we were down in South Beach with the boys. I do want to give a shout out, though, to our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Let your friends know the International Fight Week draft is coming up. And as you know, UFC 290 is around the corner, July 8th, 2023. The world will stop. And new customers can download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code TheMMAHour. Bet just $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. That's code TheMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. You got Volk versus Yair. You got Moreno versus Pantoja 3. You've got Whitaker versus DDP. You've got Hooker versus Turner. You've got the return of Bo Nickel against Woodburn. And you've got the retirement fight of the legend, the ruthless one, Robbie Lawler. What's better than that? If you have a gambling problem, that is not good. But you should call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Massachusetts, call 800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. In New York, call 877-8-HOPENY or text HOPENY. That's 467-369. In Tennessee and Kansas, If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort. In West Virginia, gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or visit www.1800gambler.net. All games regulated by the West Virginia Lottery. Please play responsibly. In partnership with Hollywood Casino at Charlestown Racers in Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. 21 or most eligible states by age varied by jurisdiction. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details, state-specific responsible gambling resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/MMA terms. Yeah. All right, let's do it. And so I've kind of decided, guys, I feel like we need to ixnay the parlay and we need to do the draft. How did we forget about this, New York Rick? This is like a staple of International Fight Week.
I like the idea of doing this. Why do we need to ixnay the parlay and only do this?
We're doing parlay and the Fight Week draft.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a lot of work.
Why
What
not?
are the rules for the
Is it
draft?
that much work? All right. First things first,
What are the rules
I was
for the
looking back on last year. It was just me, Rick, and Ariel doing it last year.
It should be you three this year.
1 and 2, we mixed in PFL as well.
Yes, and we are going to mix in PFL because there's PFL Europe. Why?
PFL Europe.
What? Friend of the show,
let
Dakota DeCheva and Louis McGrillen. PFL,
Sounds like he's got his team already.
by the way, can I just say
sorted out.
something? PFL Europe is a superior product to the regular PFL. You guys don't want to do PFL?
Dakota DeCheva
You do
is
it.
not on this card.
I'm just
My
saying
vote
she's part
is for
of.
do whatever you want.
Dakota DeCheva is not on this card. I am.
PFL Europe too? She's not on it?
I'm looking at it. I mean, the main event.
What? Francesco Nuzzi? Mokhtar?
These sound rock solid. You
France
pick whoever you
Malambo?
want.
Dominic Wooding?
Nah.
Louis McGrillen?
I say there's 14 fights on 290. I say we just.
By the way,
stick
I'm
to
totally down with that. So what are we doing? Are we doing 5 fighter? Wait, 14 fights would be 28, 5 each. That's 15.
I like having to get down in the weeds.
By the way, 5 each. That's 20. But does this take too long with Frank involved?
Thanks.
I think this can go quick. No.
All right, let's go.
Reminder: a win was 3 points. A win by finish was 4 points. A win in the first round is 5 points. A loss in the first round is -1 point.
Oh wow!
And a loss period is 0
And who won last year?
We tied across the board.
Didn't we
15
all
apiece.
3-way tie?
Yeah. The Sean O'Malley no contest cost me the win.
Can I be honest? I'm feeling a little FOMO now. Talking about all this July, Las Vegas Summer League.
Don't start now. Don't start.
You want to draft some NBA players too?
Yeah,
Why not?
I feel like we should be there.
Yeah.
I feel like we should post up.
Yeah.
Too late.
Well,
Come through.
studio's already been canceled.
Too little, too late.
Okay.
Studio's already been.
Here's the rule: 5 each, Frank included. You have 10 seconds.
20 feels like a lot. No.
10
Should we do like 4 each this time?
Oh, I see.
Yeah, we can do 4 each.
I think that's a little more reasonable.
We're not including PFL, Frank.
Okay, we're not including PFL. You have 10 seconds to make your pick.
10 seconds. What happens if you don't?
Then it's then you have to pick. You have to pick. You just have to. Then okay. No, then you just have to. Yeah, we could
We're
do it.
spending more time doing this than just doing it.
I have the first one.
Wait.
Don't you have to
is it-
randomize?
yeah,
and,
is this
and it's going to be snake, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be snake.
Snake for sure. Let me randomize real quick.
Wait. Is this replacing the parlay, or are we also doing a parlay?
We are also doing a parlay.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Can we do a
Yes,
Bo
that's
Nickel JDM parlay and just
Wait, that
run?
sounds-
Yeah,
The
that'll
parlay
pay out-
boys.
That'll pay out at -900.
Perfect.
The parlay boys don't back down. We're
Alright.
Here
doing
we
the parlay.
go. Randomizing the order.
Here we go.
This will also be our parlay order.
I like it.
Ariel first, Rick second, Connor third, Frank fourth.
Why do I have to go last?
Okay, so we're
It's a
just
snake draft.
this
It
is
all
this is
evens
the
out.
draft, right?
Yes.
Bo
This
Nickel.
is the draft.
Wow. Go ahead, Rick.
Jack Della, Maddalena.
Look at me. I'm a secretary over here,
No music, nothing. Frank, like if we get a little
I'm
like
so sorry.
typing everything up. All right, you guys said Bo Nickel and Jack Della. I will take Tatsuro Taira.
God. What I meant was that Yasmin.
You've got 2 now.
Hiroki is going.
Well, you
I
get.
mispronounced that.
By the way, you get 2 picks.
Yeah. So my second one is
Yasmin.
First one was
First
Yasmin.
one's Yasmin.
Why did you say that one so like?
Second one, he's scrolling, he's looking at the odds. Who's the biggest favorite?
Was Jalin Turner.
Wow,
that's actually nice.
Nice one.
I will go with.
But what is this music? This is like
Hey, you asked for
dramatic
music. I provided music.
I will go with Cameron Simon.
Is that back to me now?
Get back to you, Rick.
I'm going to take Robert Whitaker.
Brandon Moreno.
Arrow with Brendan Moreno.
This, by the way, this music sucks for this. What is this?
That brings you back, us back to Ariel.
Oh yes, that does bring me back.
Sans music.
Jimmy Crute.
Oh, he is on air, right?
I'm going to take Volkanovski.
All right, I will take Vitor Petrino.
I'm going to take Cameron Simon.
I already took him.
He was taken.
I meant Victor Petrino.
I was
too busy finding the
You
music.
had to be joking, dude.
Oh, wow.
I just took Vitor Petrino. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry.
That is so
They're all
bad,
taken.
dude. That's so.
They're not all taken. By the way, you could take.
There's some favorites
By the way,
left. You can also take underdogs.
No,
by the
no,
way.
but you could also take like.
The opposite.
Yes, you could take Yair.
Yeah, which is why I was going to go with Yair.
Okay.
Wow.
Followed by, I can't do that one. Dan Hooker.
Oh, I was gonna go with Dan Hooker.
Some dogs. I will take a dog of my own. I'll take Alejandro Pantoja.
Oh.
That's our teams. We now have 4. Now it's just you guys remaining.
Wait, is that it? I thought I have 3.
No, I have a pick
you
and you
guys
have a
have
pick.
3. I'm saying you guys are.
Oh, got it,
Me
got
and
it, got
Franks are done. Still no music.
Yeah. I'll take Nico. Give me Nico Friday.
Oh, this is great.
No love
This
for
is
Rufus
perfect.
Robbie Lawler.
Oh, you know what? I'll go with Robbie Lawler.
All right.
Yeah,
I
we can go
this.
opposite
I like
that.
this. This is gonna be a muddy.
This is fun.
A muddy draft. There's gonna be some zeros on this for sure. I like
Do
it.
all of my picks have somebody against me? No, not Whitaker.
Or JDM.
Volk is against me. Oh yeah, no, only 2 of mine are against
Do we
me.
have to
Okay.
pick? Do we have to pick any tiebreakers? Wasn't there a tiebreaker last year?
That was for the.
What was the tiebreaker? Did we do a tiebreaker?
How about
we-
like
I don't think we did a tiebreaker because we all tied last year.
Right. All right. Do we want a tiebreaker? Like what?
No,
Did we
let's
scratch
just
on this.
let's just tie again if we tie.
All right.
I'm cool with tying.
Yeah.
Okay,
Tying
that's
is fun.
fun. That was fun.
Yeah. I'm
I
down
had a
with
good
that.
time.
By the way,
Great.
I feel like we could do 5.
Nah, I don't know.
I struggled before.
Yeah,
All right,
now,
fine.
we're really getting short.
International. By the way, how many years have we been doing? We've been doing this a long time, Rick. Now, back in the day, GC, there used to be 3 UFC cards this weekend: Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, the
So-
draft was very
So that's where the draft
expensive.
really like started. GC's not even listening to me. I'm
He's taking
telling
it
you.
in.
Sorry, I'm a secretary over here. I'm typing up a storm on
My favorite,
Please.
my favorite International Fight Week draft is when we were doing the draft, you and I, New York, Rick, and we were kind enough to invite someone else into the draft, and they were breaking news while we were doing the draft on a different platform. That
mean-
was great shit.
The grind don't stop, you know?
The grind don't stop. I mean, the grind don't stop. All right.
All right, how are we feeling about a real parlay?
By the way, Jedi already has the draft picks up. He was
Great.
typing away,
Great.
just for the record.
I got him as well. If you'd like me to go down the teams quickly.
I have him right here, courtesy of Jedi.
Wow. Jesus. Guy's a machine, I guess.
Ariel Helwani, Bo Nickel, Brandon Moreno, Jimmy Crute, Robbie Lawler, New York Rick, JDM, Robert Whitaker, Volkanovski, Price. It's a solid squad for New York Rick, I have to say. GC, Tyra, Simon, Petrino, Pantoja. Very under the radar.
I'm telling you, sleep on us.
I feel like
That's all right.
the finishes in that one are high potential. He's got high upside.
Mysterious Frank, Maxine Jadogwe, Jalin Turner, Yair Rodriguez, Dan Hooker. Solid squad, Frank.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. All right, now we have
Wait.
to do.
Who had Jalin Turner?
Frank.
Wait, Frank, you have Turner and Hooker?
And Dan Hooker?
No, wait. He has to because I
Hold on.
specifically didn't do that.
He has
yes, you
Turner
did,
and
because-
Hooker?
That was the one
Okay,
where I was
so
like,
that
I
has
can't
to
do that.
stay. That has to stay, by the way.
No, yes, it absolutely has to say because me and Jedi both have that down.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
That was such a.
I thought you said that while you were reading it, and I just wanted to
Frank.
double check.
The fact that also when it was his time for his pick, he goes, "I'm taking Cameron Simon, taken. I'm all right. I'll take Vitor Petrino. Just took him."
It's a struggle over here.
Come on, pick someone else. You got to pick someone else.
No. What?
Well, he's already.
That's a dead pick. He could get points from either one now.
Yeah.
One of them is going to give us
No, I
points.
want
One
this
of
to
them-
be equal. I want this to be equal.
Did someone take Pantoja?
Yes.
Yes.
Come on, Frank. You're
It's
not
okay.
hearing
He's
one
good.
word I'm
We're-
saying,
we're
man.
good.
Hard to hear you.
Moving on.
Yelling.
Your potential op, you can pick.
Nico Price.
Oh my
I
God.
have. No, we're not giving him another chance.
Frank.
We're not giving him another chance.
I thought
This is.
should just
He's
keep
made
it
his
where
bed.
it is.
All right.
He's
fine.
made his bed.
All
He's
right.
made his bed.
Fine.
He's guaranteed points.
One
Isn't
more.
that good?
Choose
He's
one more. One more.
He's guaranteed points.
No contest gives you 0 on both ends.
Camuela Kirk.
Yeah, or a draw. It's
Esteban,
okay. We're good.
We still have
Rebovich?
to do our other picks.
All right. What do we
Yeah,
got?
let's do the parlay.
Let's do the parlay. Same
All right,
same
you're up
order.
first.
To the parlay. Same order. Ariel, Eric, Connor, Frank.
Well, I mean, it would be rude to pick Bo Nickel in one and not in the other.
You can't.
Why?
Because he's minus 2,400.
Is he really?
Yes, he's going to set the record for the biggest
can't.
UFC favorite.
What is the biggest favorite?
I want to say it was Alexander Romanov
He will be.
against Chase Sherman.
What about JDM?
JDM's
What?
minus 950.
Ah, I'm in.
You got him.
I got him. JDM.
Can we get like a JDM by finish?
No, fuck that. Listen, I'm just trying to win. By the way, did we win last week?
No.
Stop.
Who was the?
Me and Frank.
Oh.
And Rick. Did Rick get it?
Rick got it.
No, I got mine. I took a lot of heat online for picking Romanov, who
Oh,
cruised
yeah,
to a
nice.
victory.
No, that was nice.
Jared
That was
Anderson
nice.
got the dub. It was a little
Well,
dicey.
I think he closed as like a minus 2,000.
Hey, whatever it takes.
brings us
Okay,
to
so
Rick.
he's locking in JDM.
Yep.
JDM.
I'm gonna take Whitaker then.
Okay.
That's fantastic.
Really need to make some moves here, boys. Minus 263 through 2.
That's fine.
Volk gets us only minus 135. I'm going to take the Tarantula. I'm going to take Jalin Turner. Minus 55. Gets us to minus 109. Frank.
I want to know. I want to know the record of when you pick someone against someone who's appeared on the show on that same day. I feel like it's not a good record.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good record. You're right.
I feel like it's bad. I mean, the guy
Let's run the numbers real quick.
went into the closet, hostile territory, gave us an all-timer.
All right, I can change up from
No,
there.
listen, do whatever you
No,
want.
that's a good one,
That's a good-
and that's a good price. What's
I was
wrong
going
with
to say,
that?
I could go with Vitor Petrino.
Listen, do whatever
No,
your heart
keep-
desires.
Keep that. Keep that. The guy with the minus 950 isn't lecturing about changing it up.
Listen, my sole purpose in all of this is not to piss anyone off who might come on the show. I hope you realize this. I am very transparent about this.
Frankie, your turn.
I think I'm gonna do.
Take Dan
Hey,
Hooker now
hey.
that we just took Jalin Turner.
Moreno Pantoja or 1.5. I could switch to that. Play
How
Switzerland.
about I do Whitaker? No, I'm just joking.
Take Tyra. You've taken him like
I'm
7
gonna
weeks.
do Jimmy
Nice.
Crute and Alonzo Minifield under 2.5.
Wow,
For minus 255.
I like that. I
That's
like
a good
that,
bet.
Frank.
I like it.
I didn't see that out of you.
Yeah, well.
What are we at?
Plus 167.
Perfect.
Let's do
I
it.
like that out of
Easy.
you.
Is it possible to ever get a four-leg parlay in the minus?
Yeah.
Wow.
We've done it.
If you took Bo Nickel, Tatsuro Taira, JDM, and Cameron Simon, that would almost positively be in the negatives.
All right. Well, not this time. What about your picks?
Yeah. Let's just keep steamrolling right along here. We start with the curtain jerker of International Fight Week. I am going to take Camuela Kirk as an underdog, moving up to 155, but I actually kind of like to move up here. I think he's going to be able to fill out the size well, and I think he's going to have a big grappling advantage against Ribovic. If he can avoid the power shots, I think he is going to be a very live dog. Great minds think alike, I guess, Frankie. I mean, that's what we do. Didn't see that out of you. Crute Menafield, I'm going to take the under 2.5 in this one as well. We actually just saw this one. I don't know if you remember this, Frankie, back at 284 in Australia. I was also on the under 2.5 there. That did not hit because they went to just a complete slobber knocker draw. Felt like he could have gotten finished 10 times over. I mean, at one point it looked like Menafield was going to knock Crute out. Then it looked like Crute was going to sub Menafield. He had his back. The Australian crowd was going crazy. Both of them just gassed so hard. I don't think we get that here. I think someone gets the finish. Don't know who, but I think it's going to be one of them. Menafield, 13 of his 17, including that draw under 2.5. Crute, 11 of his 16. So I like someone to get the finish here. We keep it rolling. Super small shot, super small dog shot here on Denise Gomez against Yasmin Jauregui. Had to go back and listen to that one a few times over. Both these are just really young prospects, 23 and 24 respectively. Both very skilled fighters, and they just both have that dog in them. I mean, Jauregui, she's got crisp boxing, she got power, showed that she can fight back after getting dropped in her last fight. But Denise Gomez on the other side, she has that dog in her, as they say. Got a finish last time out over Bruna Brasil. And I just think at their age, with the question marks still surrounding them, I just feel like this price is a little wide. So small shot, very small sprinkle to see if Gomez can pull off the upset. Next up, played this one a few weeks ago, unfortunately, going against our guy. I am going with Jalin Turner. I've been riding with Jalin Turner for as many consecutive fights. He fought on the very first card that I did picks on the show on UFC 266. Have been riding with him ever since. Going to continue to ride with him here. Was high on him before the Gamrot fight. Might even be higher on him now, just to see him go 15 minutes toe-to-toe with a guy like Gamrot, take him to a split decision. Dan Hilker, obviously supremely talented, only loses to the best of the best. So if he does get back-to-back wins after getting the win over Puelles, I would not be too shocked. And I am also, in the co-main event, going to take a dog shot on Alejandro Pantoja. I took him in the Fight Week draft, and I will also take him on the money line here. If I was smart, I would just sit away from this because I have the two futures I took in the flyweight division are on Brandon Moreno and Alejandro Pantoja. I should just sit this out. But at this number, listen, they fought twice already, and I know that's kind of a moot point because it was 5 and 7 years ago, and Brandon Moreno has obviously matured greatly as a fighter. He was 22 and 24 in those matchups. But I think Pantoja has continued to improve as well. He's looked good as late. He's an incredibly dangerous fighter. Both these dudes are very durable, but if anyone has the finishing upside, I do believe that it's Pantoja in this one. I think it's just going to be a very closely contested fight. I think both these dudes are going to have moments throughout it, and I think it might go to a decision, and from there, I don't know who's going to win on the scorecards, but at that point, I'd like to be holding a plus 175 on Pantoja. So I'm going to trust him to get it done. If he walks out to many men, I mean, the line should drop to even numbers at that point if he does that. And then I do, lastly, sticking to keeping it tight. I said 5. I did 6. We're going crazy for International Fight Week. A parlay, Robert Whittaker and Alex Volkanovski, the Aussie parlay. Had Bo Nickel in this when he was matched up with Trayshawn Gore. Obviously, he fell out. It was a better price, but minus 170. I'll still take this and hopefully cash it. And those are the picks. International Fight Week. The draft for the fight week, the draft for the parlay, and now our pick.
It's a lot.
We did a lot there. We ran through it quickly.
Some say it's a bit of a lackluster International Fight Week card. Look at the love we're giving it. Look at the attention. Look at the
I think it's a great pay-per-view
TLC. No, it is a fun one.
I'm looking forward to it.
I'm excited to see Bo Nickel. The thing with Bo Nickel for me is I don't really care who he's fighting at this point. I just want to see him fight. Like, I just want to see the maturation and the evolution. He's so raw. He's not like, who's another Uber prospect that they're pushing? Like, he's not even Ian Gary. Like, he's not even that guy because it's so raw for him where he's coming in as a high-level wrestler. Like, ultimately, does it matter if he's fighting, Woodburn or Gore. I mean, I know Gore's been in the UFC a little bit longer, but like I just want to see him fight. So the fact that they kept him on, I do remember a time when remember near quick the time when like these late replacement fights were actual people in the UFC that were getting the call. And now it just seems like it's never that. It's usually someone on the outside looking in. I don't know.
It definitely does feel like the idea of like the late replacement being a better alternative has gone by the wayside. But the one thing I'll say to your point about Nickel is, from a fan perspective, yeah, because the assumption is kind of like he's going to go in there and steamroll these guys regardless. But I will say, from a experience and cutting your teeth and actually growing and evolving in a fight perspective, I think there are levels between certain guys, and you would want to see him in there against somebody of that caliber.
Still, I mean, what is he? 4-0, 5-0, 6-0?
Yeah, but his opponent's record is the part that matters in this scenario, right?
Getting guy. It's fine.
Anyway,
I'm not saying it's not fine. I'm not saying I won't watch it. What I'm saying is, how much is he going to grow from that as opposed to fighting somebody?
I mean, it wasn't the original deal, obviously, but you know.
That by the way, Gore is not a super experienced fighter either.
I know, but Valentin Woodburn being 7-0 outside of the UFC is no real, difference from like the guys that Bo has fought thus far. You know what I mean? It's not like he's fighting. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
it's essentially a contender series fight. I am very disappointed that JDM.
Yeah. Oh, that was a big time fight. That's a totally.
Tresean Gore's record is 4-2. His pro MMA record. So it's not like he's losing a ton of experience in here, but there will be a point where we do need to see that, right? Like at this point, that's negligible, but there will be a point where you do want to see him take that step up.
Sure.
And I think it's faster for him than most. Like by the next fight, I want to see him in there against somebody who's good.
What does good mean?
Like a name, like somebody that,
I mean,
it can propel him toward the top.
Ian Gary just fought D-Rod with more experience. Prior to that, it was like Jordan Williams. It was like, some lower level guy.
At least guys that had multiple UFC fights, though. Like, let's get someone that's been around a little bit in 185.
Sometimes I'm okay with the slow build. I'm okay with the project. Anyway, point is, I'm just happy he stayed on the card because
for sure.
Yeah.
He's
them keeping him and JDM on the card.
But him in particular, like, he's a special attraction. And so, like, I just get excited to see the maturation and development of Bo Nickel. And so, ultimately, that's what I care about. For now. In 6 months, in a year, maybe that changes. But for now, I'm happy with it. So.
Honestly, they kept Tyra Tyra wasn't even supposed to be on the card. They moved him here with a late replacement, and then they kept Simon on the card with a late replacement as well. So quite a few undefeated prospects getting some
a lot of prospects. It's good. I'm interested in it. I know there's a lot of heavy favorites on it, but like I want to see these guys fight. To Ariel's point, like I want to see Bo Nickel fight. So yeah, I'm excited about it.
We originally were supposed to get C-Rod versus Cameron Simon, not getting that, and we were also supposed to get Brady JDM. Mentioned that, but we were also supposed to get Figueiredo Manel Cape. Although I guess Figueiredo says it was never happening. So
yeah, he was hurt.
Them's the breaks, my friends. I'll tell you what, better than next week's card, so enjoy it.
Oh, man. Next week's card is...
Enjoy it. Enjoy it, lads.
It's a UFC card for sure.
It definitely is. Watch party this weekend?
Yes, sir.
Watch
where you're sitting.
Right where I'm... Well, sort of. It's more like there, right?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
What's the theme?
International.
Yeah.
It's just going to be international?
Yeah, we'll have a bunch of,
They don't really...
you in there.
International foot... This card is no more or less international than any other card, but there's just, I guess.
I am nice and international.
By the way, I'm very excited about the. I don't know about excited, but like this is one of the better Hall of Fame classes. I'll say that.
Sure.
So that's gonna be cool. And if you're in Las Vegas, it's a really fun time because it just seems like all the fighters try to come. At least the ones who aren't fighting in a month or so try to come. So like it's just like a who's who if you're in the right spot. So enjoy all of that. And we'll be back on Monday to talk about it all. We are doing a show on Monday. Someone wrote to me, oh, you guys are taking so many days off. Do you know that this past Monday was just the second Monday in 2023 that we missed? And the first one was Memorial Day?
That's really true.
Yeah. So.
Didn't even realize.
Everyone chill out, all right?
I mean, they just missed me in studio. I get it. You know.
I mean, some days we've done 2 shows in a day. We've done extra Tuesday shows. I mean, we're doing shows remote. We've given you more than ever. Okay, so let's not get crazy. Just for the record. Thank you, gents.
Bye.
Good luck. We'll talk later. You'll see some of them on Saturday. Maybe both. Both on Saturday. Probably. Maybe. Anyway, stay tuned. Frank, you hear my music. Time to go. I've been a little bit frazzled all day, if I'm being honest. Because right before we went live, I saw a report that Brentford is trying to sign Brennan Johnson for my beloved Nottingham Forest. And now I'm just in shambles. I keep refreshing. Is this a real thing? What's going on? What is happening? Oh, see you later. See you, Rick. So anyway, I'm in shambles. I told the guys this earlier. I've been writing emails to my kids who are in summer camp, sleepaway camp. Every night I'm giving them the transfer news because that's what they specifically asked for. So I have to go to Fabrizio Romano's page and David Ornstein's page and all the pages, and I'm recapping everything. And if I have to deliver the news that our beloved Brennan Johnson is leaving the city ground, I might actually have to hold on to that one. I can't just toss that one into the email and wait for the response 2 weeks later via snail mail. That's going to be a big one. That's going to be a big one. In any event, we say goodbye now. Thank you very much to all our guests. What a fun day it was. Thank you very much to Dan Hooker. Good luck to him against Jalin Turner. What a fun fight that should be. Win or lose, that's going to be a great one. How about the champ, Alex Volkanovski? Always kind enough to make some time. Much love to him. Shout out to Jack Della Maddalena. Good luck to him this weekend as well. Thank you very much to Jorge Masvidal. Good luck to him and the whole team on September 8th. And good luck to Cory Sandhagen on August 5th as well. Thanks to them. Thanks to all of you. Back on Monday, same time, place, same place.